Okay, we're live. So, uh, wanted to talk about a very interesting topic today. One that is very close to all of us because humans exist in a gendered environment, and also because it's very important to understanding physics, the theory of everything, what politics, everything. There isn't a single thing on Earth, or topic or field on Earth, that isn't based around what gender actually is. It is found in chemistry. It is found in physics. It is found in biology. It is found in sociology. It is found in government. It is found in theology. It is found in morality. There's no field that gender doesn't touch, because it is a fundamentally emergent structure of the universe. It's not just existent in organisms that have a binary of genders or participate in sexual reproduction. It's not just existent there. It's existent everywhere. So I want to talk about what gender is and where it comes from, because it comes from something very specific, and where it exists in every single level of the periodicity of the stages of sentience. And I think that this is very important because I'm noticing in politics that people are calling for men to be masculine, and people are advocating for feminism on the other side of this. And the reality is that what people perceive as masculine and what people perceive as feminine are wrong. And even where we think gender can manifest is wrong. So when people are like, I'm a balance of my masculine and feminine, energies. It's like, no, you're not. You're actually not. You cannot be just you, a balance of your masculine and feminine energies, because it emerges from the interaction between conscious beings. And it's always coming from the interaction between two conscious beings that are on different levels of a hierarchy. Okay? So there's always a higher level in hierarchy, a lower level in hierarchy. You, as an organism, are above cells in a hierarchy. Men are physically above women in a hierarchy. They are. And that also, your brain is physical, okay? It's not physical. And doesn't mean men are smarter. It means that they have the attributes that allow them to manifest masculinity in a way that cannot be manifested by females, okay? And we're also going to discuss how this manifests in other species, because I have various geckos and snakes in here that follow different rules, where the females are generally larger than the males, and by quite a bit. And then I have geckos here that are all females, and they just clone themselves, and there's no more males. So we're going to talk about why gender exists in certain circumstances, and why it manifests in the sexes certain characteristics, and whether or not those characteristics are intrinsically linked to the genders that we associate them with, or the sexes that we associate them with. People say that sex and gender are different. They are and they aren't. This is a superposition. The question is wrong. Question needs to be, is gender and sex different, the same, or both? It's not just it's either different or it is the same. It is actually both. The answer to that question is a superposition, like all these questions that are stupid eternal debates. The question is wrong. If it's a question of an either or, you've already set yourself up for failure, because if the answer is a superposition of the two, and the question is set up as an either or, then you can't actually answer an either or question with a superposition. Therefore, the question is literally a bad question. It's an unanswerable question. It's a question with no answer. And I wanted to talk about that today. I forgot that I knew that I wanted to talk about something, and then I was like, going to talk about what is a bad question. We're going to have to save that till next week, because I then forgot what I wanted to talk about. So I thought about what else I wanted to talk about, and I want to talk about gender. Now I remember what I want to talk about. So, but next week we will talk about what makes a question bad. But a bad question, short answer of it is, it's a question that has no answer if you follow the rules of the question. If it's a question that is an either or, but the answer that's true, the truth is a superposition of the two, then it's a bad question, because it's not either or, it's both. Or if it's neither, then it's also a bad question. So like I've talked about this last night, when, people in physics like Eric Weinstein say, how do you get a fire that lights itself? It's a bad question, because the first question is, was there ever not a fire? Because it doesn't light itself, it's always been lit. So that's an example of a bad question. But we're going to talk about gender today. And but the question of, is gender and sex, are they different? If it's phrased as an either or, it's a bad question. But you could say, what is the difference between gender and sex, if there is a difference? That is actually a good question. We're going to talk about that, because the answer is actually fascinating. And it's very relevant to physics and every field that you can think of. And it will also help us contextualize who we are, what is our role, what is our responsibility, and why do we see the various patterns around us in humans and in animals and in atoms and molecules and, castes, families that we see. Because it's the same pattern that we're seeing everywhere. So let me pull up some work here. By the way, I got a second monitor today. It is awesome. It's very nice to have. I'm not using it now, but I was using it earlier. Very cool. I know some of you asked if it had arrived yet the other day, and it had not yet, but now it has. Let me make sure that I can see the chat, though. Let me know if I go down for some reason, because I'm just going to see the chat. Actually, let me just do something real quick. Okay. Sweet. Okay. So, hello everyone. Yes, hello everyone. Me. Please hit the like button. Also, by the way, I cannot get into I need to look at you in the face for this. I cannot get into my personal Instagram currently, because I had to reset my password, and it's not functioning well. It's not letting me back in, and it's saying, that it's sending me codes and everything like that it always says when you reset a password. It's not sending me anything, and there's no number that I can reach anybody at. If any of you have any tips, let me know, but I have tried everything that you can find in the first page of a Google search, or a couple Google searches, so don't think I haven't tried a lot. I'm going to try again to get in tomorrow. It's been 2 days. This is why I'm saying, if you are interested in this work, follow me across multiple platforms, and especially go onto my website, sentientsingularity.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. It says subscribe for updates. I have not sent a single update email to anybody, so I'm not going to spam you. But right here, enter in your email, and if they kick me off of YouTube, or I can't get in for some reason, or they kick me off of Instagram, and I can't get in for some reason, or I can't get in for some reason, and there's no one to call or contact, this is how you can know where I take the work. Until we have our own platform, definitely follow me on Twitter, both my Instagrams, Tyler Goldstein, which is Tyler Marshall Goldstein, and Theory of Everyone, and same thing on YouTube. I have a personal and I have a Theory of Everyone, which you're watching now. But definitely sign up to my email list, because these companies are just going to get worse, and I'm talking about gender tonight, so expect expect interference. The chat will go down to, I think, maybe have Discord up so that I can message you there. The chat will, why do you think the chat will go down? Because I'm talking about gender? That would definitely make sense. Sounds like a new way to ban people for no good reason with deniability. Oh, I know. Exactly. I know. And I had 2 strikes because I shared a funny meme about how you had like antibodies if you played with, toys in a doctor's office when you were a kid, like a pediatrician's office. And they literally gave me a strike about it a while back. So it's not like you don't even have to say something controversial. I shared someone else's post that had thousands and thousands of likes, and they gave me a strike. I don't know how many strikes it takes to be out, and I don't think I got another one, but they definitely had sent me a message, and they were like, you have 2 strikes against your account, be careful. Okay. So, gender. I don't just say that, though, so I can steal your email address. I really mean it. So, when we look at this cosmological verse with the stages of sentience, I know I've talked about gender a little bit before, but we're going to get deeper into it tonight. You look at this, you can start to see where gender starts to arrive, because it's right here. You can say male or masculine. Feminine. Just to make it very clear. Clear. So, I was speaking to my brother today and about voting and how I thought that only married people should vote. And because it's where you can get a balance of the masculine and feminine, and all of our political problems are basically manifestations of an imbalance, the masculine and feminine forces. And that's just a fact. So when you are in a marriage structure, you are actually able to be masculine and actually able to be feminine. You cannot exist as a masculine or feminine entity on your own. Okay? I mean, you can kind of manifest as a masculine entity. You cannot manifest femininity outside of a relationship between 2 or more conscious beings. Okay? Because the feminine force is very specific. What it is we're going to make a list. You'll see why you need multiplicity to manifest femininity. You cannot actually have it outside of a relationship. So, active. I actually don't want these to be colored. There we go. reactive. Okay? This is the essential nature of masculine and feminine being, is that this is the active, this is the reactive. This is self-aware. This is aware of others. Okay? Aware of, you could say, self-aware, not other aware, or not aware of others. The theory of everything is the theory of gender. It is. It's not different. We have this, we should probably look at this actually. If it's gender theory, I don't know what gender theory really is according to, academia. It says gender theory is the study of what is understood as masculine or feminine and or queer behavior in any given context. There's already a problem. There's no such thing as queer. It's just there's just masculine and feminine, and I'll explain why. The queer is when you are, we'll explain it, but it does exist, but it doesn't exist in gender. It exists in sexuality, but it doesn't exist in gender. Gender is intrinsically a binary subject, but in sexuality, queer does exist. And this is where we're going to get into what is the difference between sex and sexuality and gender. Behavior in a given context, community, society, field of study, including not limited to literature, history, sociology, education, applied linguistics, religion, health sciences, philosophy, general studies. Okay, interesting. What are the basics? Gender studies. I really know nothing about this, even though everybody on the right preaches against this. True gender studies needs to be studied, but I don't know why. See, the problem is like part of a series on feminism. It's like, what is the opposite of feminism? Like if we click on feminism and it's like, it's a range of social movements and ideologies that aim to define and establish the political, economic, and personal and social equality of the sexes. Okay? This is a lie. Okay? Right here. It is not that at all. Maybe it started as that as a political movement, but it's not that now, and it's something totally different, because what's the opposite? There is no opposite of feminism. What is the opposite of feminism? Masculinism. I mean, that's what I would expect, but I never hear anybody say that. They just say misogyny. Masculinism, synonymously masculism, as advocacy for the rights of men, adherence to or promotion of opinions, values regarded as typical of men, more generally anti-feminism, machismo, according to Susan Whitlow. Terms are used interchangeably. There's no such thing as anti-feminist. I mean, there is, but like, feminism is inherently anti-masculinism. Okay? We're going to talk about why. Because true femininity is this. This is challenging. This is submission, or submitting. This is challenging. Okay? This is leading. This is following. Both of these sides are two sides of a coin. They are both entirely necessary. I can take this out of quotes now. Not aware of others. Not aware of self. Okay. This is almost like it's the negative of, these are affirmative statements about this, but this is like a negative statement about each. It's like, it is, but it's not, it's good to say it because it really helps us realize our blind spots, because you have to be aware, if you are, especially if you are a man, that you are not aware of others so much, nearly as much as you think. Sometimes you are, but it's not the default state. This is the this is the default blind spot of women. So you could say in the sexes, this is male, this is female, this is positive, this is neutral. It's not negative, okay? There's no such thing as negative in the theory of everything. There's just really neutral. Negative is the absence of, or the pursuit of nothingness, okay? So that isn't part of a theory of everything. You can do things that are negative because it pursues nothingness, meaninglessness, and it's at the expense of meaning, but it's not actually, it's because you're basically chasing non-existence is what's bad about it. It's not that you are it's not part of the theory of everything. It's like the anti-theory. It's like the anti-theory theory. It's the theory that there is no theory. Okay, that's why it's like the idea that everything is meaningless. It's like that is negative, but you could say this is pulling or attractive. If you could spell it properly. Attractive. I don't know if that's spelled correctly. Let's see. Don't even know how to spell attractive. Okay. Yes, I do. Once in 3rd grade, I literally forgot how to spell of, and I spelled it O-V-E, and I knew I forgot how to spell it, and I was just like, this is not correct, but I need to write it. And so I wrote O-V-E. I'll never forget. And then this is, so if this is attractive, this is like, this is pushing, essentially, or pulling, sorry, pulling. This is pushing. This is heads. This is tails. I don't know, what's the opposite of attractive? But it's not ugly. That doesn't exist in the theory of everything. It's attractive opposite. I guess you could say it's repulsive, but it's not really repulsive. But it is. I mean, I guess it is, but it's repelling. It's not repulsive, it's repelling. That's what it is. We could say attracting, not attractive. Attracting. Here's some weird ones, though, that come from the 10 Sephirot that aren't so easy. So when we look at the 10 Sephirot, these are feminine, and it's, you could say, left or right, left. this is feminine. This is feminine. So understanding. Let's just do this. You could say understanding. I know we're going through a lot, but it is important to go through all of these. Judging. Majesty. I don't know exactly what that means. Kindness is actually a masculine trait. You wouldn't think so. But caring is feminine, and caring for others this is striving. Okay, so striving is masculine and caring is feminine. It's different. Wisdom is the opposite of understanding, and it is masculine. This one confuses a lot of people, including me, for quite some time. But it's because the feminine is so caring that it is so judging, and therefore it's not kind, because true kindness comes from not complete, but more complete awareness, and also benevolence. So, or benevolent. Benevolence. What is the opposite of benevolence? Is it would be like basically like tyrannical or dictatorial, but let's see. Antonym. Yeah, see, kindly, concern, or near antonyms. Okay, because concern is caring. Kindness, I just looked at kindness, but concern is caring, so that makes sense that it's a near antonym. What is it? Could say prescriptive. Yep, right there. Relating to the imposition or enforcement of a rule or method. Prescriptive. I've never thought of that before. It's the first time I've come up with that. That makes perfect sense. There was one more that I had to say that I have forgotten. Anyone in the chat? What's up, Dylan? Aware of others should correctly be labeled intuitive. That's the one. You just said it. Intuitive. Or this is feeling, which is very similar. And then this is thinking. Intuition. And then what is the opposite of intuitive? Intellect. So yeah, thinking. Perfect. Is that spelled correctly? Nope. You know, we all have our strengths. We all have our weaknesses. Spelling is a weakness of mine. It always has been. But it's traditionally, more often, women that are good at it. Some men are good at it. But it's a very prescriptive type of affair, I guess. So there we go, gender. I wrote this a while back, And I think it's important to read it. Okay, here it is. This is called The Theory of Everyone. And I wrote this before I came up with the name for the show, many years before, a couple years before I came up with the name for this show. I just had to write this down one day. It was very weird. And I've shared it a couple times before, but I keep coming back to it, and every time I do, it teaches me something new. So, and I sometimes refine it a bit more. So, The Theory of Everyone by me. It's beyond the beginning, consciousness exists, and existence is conscious, and consciousness is one. The oneness knows they are all there is, and they are stable and balanced, and choose to create, choose to create. The oneness divides their oneness of consciousness to multiply consciousness. The sacrificial loving energy of the oneness emanates within to start creation. This is the beginning. The oneness without creates the active consciousness within, and he is judging of self. The active consciousness is positive and creative and masculine. Okay, so here's, we could possibly say creative, but we'll get back into that. The active consciousness seeks glory and truth. The active consciousness pushes himself outward. The active consciousness expands the multiplicity of consciousness within the oneness. The active consciousness is aware of self, but not aware of others. The oneness without creates the reactive consciousness within, and she is judging of others. The reactive consciousness is negative and attractive and feminine. It's actually neutral. This should be changed. Like I said, every now and then I tweak it when I come to a higher understanding. Like this used to say, before the beginning, then I realized you can't really say that because you're implying time exists already, so time doesn't exist before the beginning. So you have to say beyond the beginning. Here I have to change that, just so I remember. And attractive and feminine. The active consciousness seeks joy and justice. The reactive consciousness pulls the active consciousness inward. The active consciousness redirects the love and of the active consciousness away from self and toward others. The reactive consciousness is aware of others, but not aware of self. The active consciousness seeks himself, and the reactive consciousness seeks another. The active consciousness becomes aware of judgment by others. The reactive consciousness becomes aware of judgment by self. Together, the two judge each other for their blind spots. Both are unstable and harm each other as they entangle. The two hate each other. The two become aware of each other's suffering. The two forgive and love each other. The two merge together and multiply. They create a new grounding consciousness. The grounding consciousness is orienting and completing. The three are one and know the balance is beauty. Three and the oneness are four, and the four are balanced in one. The one is stable and free and allowed to choose to create anew. The process repeats within, and the energy of the oneness emanates again. This is exactly the theory of everything on one page. And if you can tell, it's also the theory of gender. And it's on one page. This is the theory of everything. Okay? So when we look at what is the theory of everything, theory of everything is a recognizable, predictable, and describable pattern that occurs in all instances of objective observation and an explanation for such a pattern. Well, here's your explanation for such a pattern, right here at the top. And here's your pattern. I mean, technically your pattern is all of this, really, but it's that. This is the pattern. This is the explanation for such a pattern. And this is God. And this is creation, or the universe. And the universe and God together are the totality of existence, which is also God. So to seek justice, you have to be judging. When people are like, women are judgment, it's like, they are. Okay? They are. And it's because they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be judging. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It just, they should be judging the right way for the right things, but they should be judging. It is, to be judging is to seek justice. And so when people say you have the right and you have the left, in government, it's actually, what did I put there? Creative. Okay. Whoa. Okay. So you have government and you have markets, or the market. This is a manifestation of gender in a specific context. Okay? That context is here. So what's next? You have families. And then you have organisms. And on families, you have wife. Okay? And on organisms, or here you have, or, I mean, I don't even know if husband and wife are the right things here. I think they are, but we need to, you have basically and then here you have female. And then here and here, here, and here, and here. I'm not sure on all of these, almost. So on hadrons / quarks, you have protons, or protons here actually, and neutrons. And then I think here, molecules, you have basically, it's like charged. But it's like, is it ions maybe? We'll look this up. And let's look. Ion. Not iron, ion. An atom or molecule with a net electric charge. Yep, okay. And what's the opposite? What's a non-ion? Opposite. Essentially, it's not really opposite, but there exactly. Remember, in the theory of everything, there is no actual antonyms. So no categorical antonyms for the word. However, one could loosely refer to an uncharged or neutral atom, uncharged or neutral molecule. Exactly. Okay. Or you could say, yeah, just neutral. uncharged. I don't want to say uncharged, neutral. Un is like opposite. Atom. And then, see, but it's an atom or molecule. What is a charged molecule? Charged molecule. What is it? An ion. Oh, okay, wait. You know what? This is an isotope. And this is not. So isotope is contain each two or more forms of the same element that contain equal numbers of protons but different numbers of neutrons in their nuclei. Yeah. Okay. So it's basically like a charged. It's like it's charged. And let's say what it says about isotope. There are no categorical antonyms for isotope. Exactly the pattern that we expected. Exactly. The noun isotope is defined as any of the two or more forms of an element. But different numbers of neutrons. The consequences of atoms and isotopes have the same. Okay, what is the opposite of an isotope? I guess you could just say stable element. Probably. We'll look, but then you have ions, and you have neutral molecules. And here, organism and assembly of cells. This one is a little bit difficult. So I guess you would do I think it's a prokaryote versus a eukaryote. It lacks a nucleus. Yeah. Okay. How do you spell prokaryote? Prokaryote. And then eukaryote. How do you spell that with an E? Eukaryote. Yep. I think this is basically it. Okay, I've tried this before, didn't make as much progress. And this is good. And so really then you have quarks, okay, and that make up the nucleus make up the nucleons of the nucleus of an atom, which is the hadrons. And so it's either two up quarks and a down quark, or two down quarks and an up quark. Two down quarks and an up quark, I think, makes a neutron, and two up quarks and a down quark makes a proton. But really, up, I think, means out. Remember, inside, outside, separate, and oneness. So this is, it is to go out of self. But out of self means, if all there is consciousness, really means into another, okay? Which makes perfect sense when you think about males. And to go inside of basically, it's not even inside, it's like, so to go, because up, they say up quarks, it's actually spin I think you could call it spin out, but it's actually spin in a weird way. So it might be actually just spin in and then spin out. But I don't really, it's so complicated because at this level, because this is the level in which things switch around, just like at the very end here too. So when you look here and you're like markets and government, you think that the government is in charge of the markets, but that's not true. The government is reacting to the markets. So it's like it's spun around here, just like it's spun around here. It's because what's happening is the pattern is repeating above this level and this pattern is repeating below this level. So it's where it's like this level is the same level as this level. And because of that, it starts to get complicated. So you could say out. We could just do up slash out. We'll just do this because it makes it easy to understand. And then down slash in. It's complicated. Let's just do up and down. But it's really, let's do this actually. This is inside. Separate. This is oneness. But at this level, like I said, it's really hard because this is not actually entirely the way that it is either, though, because it's just complicated. Like, it's like it almost just depends on what you're looking at it from. Are you looking at it from God's perspective? Are you looking at it from the outside in or the inside out? And it's tough because we are inside, but you're trying to look at it from an objective perspective, which is God's perspective, essentially from the outside in. And so it's almost like this is inside, this is outside, this is separate, and this is oneness. I think this is better. This is probably the best way to look at it. We'll think more about it, but that makes some sense. Why is that not posting? Formatting. There we go. Cool. Perfect. Oneness and separateness, outside and inside. And then it's almost like here, though, it would be like inverted. So that's why it's so complicated, but we're not going to get into that. I mean, actually, you know what? We will. We'll just do this real quick, just to show what I mean. So here it would be separateness and potentially and like oneness. And then here it would be or outside, inside, and then this would be separateness. This would be oneness. Awesome. Perfect. Perfect enough. That's actually really good. I tried talking about gender before on here, and it was more of a working session though. This has been a bit of a working session. I didn't know everything here, but I've done some work since that previous stream, and this definitely is an upgrade. Paste. Formatting. But bold. Not bold. Perfect. Okay, cool. And then wanted to do here is, there was one more that was creative, and which is interesting because we think about women as being creative, but it's actually a masculine trait. And oneness is feminine. So because you're starting here, you're going inside to create this. We're starting with oneness here, but then over here, oneness becomes feminine from the opposite perspective, the other side of things, and then separateness becomes masculine versus separateness being feminine here. So it switches. But when in the manifestation of humans and our genders that we call the sexes, separateness is male and oneness is female. So yeah. But if you're looking in instead of from the inside out, you're looking from the outside in, it's the opposite. Okay? If that makes any sense. Let's see how the chat's doing. Very well done. Thank you. The last three lines of the Trinity explained in stupid man terms. What are the last three lines of the Trinity? I know what you're talking about though, but you can post it. Transmitting, receiving. That's good. Creative and receiving, it's the opposite of it's receiving. It's, I don't want to say transmitting, but creative, or you could say creating and receiving. Receiving, creating. But I want to say receitive. What is it? Is that even a word? Receive. Receptive. That's what it is. Receptive. 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 That's it. Okay. Receptive, creative. Perfect. Legit. This is enormous progress. Very cool. But now this helps us understand everything from what is thinking really, what should it be? It should lead feeling. instead of feeling leading thinking, but which is what we normally do, there's this concept in Jewish philosophy and like Tanya, is that what we should do is we should let our thoughts lead our feelings, let the mind lead the heart, essentially, in a way. And right now we let the heart lead the mind, and the mind, we want something, our feelings make us want something, and then our mind figures out a way to get it. But what we should do is we should be using our minds to figure out what we should want, and then we should have a feeling about what we should want because we realize that it's what we should want, and we should want it. When you realize something, that you should want something, you actually do have the feeling of wanting it. But when you're thinking about instincts, so here's another one actually. Instinctual and versus like aware, I guess, opposite of instinct. And there should be an opposite here. Active thinking. I guess we could say reason. In instinct. Instinct. Let's just do that. Reason. That's it. Okay. And of course, you gotta get that formatting correct. Formatting is important. How orderly your mind is matters. And my new job, I can tell that they're like, why is this guy like so obsessive about formatting? If they haven't realized it yet, they will. But some of them, I'm sure, have realized it. It's very important. It's like, when Jordan Peterson's like, clean your room, bro. You're actually cleaning your mind. I got my desk all set up today. By the way, Phantom, I did get a new second monitor. It's very cool. But my desk is all great, and it's super organized. And that's probably why we did such a good job. It's part of it, at least, I guarantee it. Because my thinking space is orderly. By the way, hit the like button if you're watching this and you found this useful, interesting. It helps with the algorithm a lot and lets other people see the same thing that you found useful or interesting. Today, cleaned my desk today too. Good. Men are logical. Men are visual. Yes. Malevolence is different. That's neither. That's like purposely focused, like going towards nothingness. Or destruction, which is different. Is there triality between the two columns as well? Do each of them have something that they are reflecting across? Yeah, a marriage. This is what they are reflecting across. What is going on? Marriage. This is why I push marriage so much. Because look, it is the theory of everything. I had somebody message me once randomly, and they had seen my tweets. They were like, do you really think that marriage is just the answer to everything? Yeah, I do. In society, essentially, they were a little bit annoyed at the idea. There we go. Or whoa, that was actually taking it back. That's good enough. I can just decrease the size of these. Perfect. Look at that. You can make this 181. This is great. A marriage between the two is the only way in which you can have either, where it is the only place that you can have femininity, okay? You cannot actually have femininity in a non-toxic manifestation, in a good manifestation. I don't want to say non-toxic. You cannot have femininity manifest in a good way outside of a marriage, a partnership with a leading perspective. And it has to be submitting. This is, Islam means to submit. Israel means to challenge, to fight. It's like they are reflecting across an intrinsic constraint of Christianity, which is balance. And it doesn't mean that Christianity is balanced and the other two are not. That's not true. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it is the change space for which those two perspectives are maneuvering around each other. And just like the present moment is where the past and the future are being, like the past is not changeable, and neither is the future. You don't change the future. You don't change the past. They are static. The future is deterministic, dependent upon the present. And the past is determined by the present. Okay? So when we're looking at time, we're like, this is actually really good. So future is dependent on present. And the past, or is depending. It's different. Depending. And the past is dependent. And the present is changing. Okay? Or you could say depending slash determined depending on or comma or determined by the present. The past is determined by or dependent on the present. Okay? And the present is where things are changing. Not go any wider. 9. Whoa. Okay, there we go. This is called time. And you can literally do the same exact thing with space. Space. You can say forwards is depending on or determined by current location. And fascinating thing, I was talking to my brother today and I was explaining to him that a family is essentially like an electric, like it's like an electric, it's like a bolt of lightning or a bolt of electricity, okay? And that you are just the leading edge of that bolt of electricity that is a family maneuvering in time, and it is your AC current. You are asleep and awake and asleep and awake, and sometimes the family is in charge, which is your instincts. Sometimes you are in charge, which is your reason, and it alternates. This is alternating current. You are alternating current. It's interesting here. It says current location, like location of a current. Okay, so current location is the location of a current, like of electricity. That is some super literal shit right there. That's amazing. Very cool. I'm gonna just write that because that's awesome. Location of a current is your current location. Beautiful. Like literally beautiful. I mean that. It's symmetry. When you look here, the search for truth is the search for objectivity. The search for objectivity is the search for symmetry. Search for symmetry is the search for beauty. The truest beauty is always the searcher, you, me. And the truth of the searcher is that they are symmetrical to the sought, God. For men, for women, the sought is men. But for men, the sought is God. But this is why women don't follow men who follow God. Because why would women follow someone who's not following a higher authority? Why would they follow a higher authority? They shouldn't. They literally should not follow men who do not follow a higher authority. Even if it's not God, because you haven't reached that point in your life. But you're following a higher moral code. You have standards that are very important to you. You have cause that's very important to you. You have something other than just making money and being cool and getting followers or something like that. Women aren't following the men like that. They do follow money, but that's not following a man. That's why when the money disappears, the woman disappears. That's why, super rich men, and that if that's all they've got, their women are very often not, they have side men, side pieces, I guess, because it's not about the person to them, it's about the money. But you can't criticize them for chasing money when the man is also chasing money. So if men are chasing money because women chase money, like, men shouldn't chase women. That's the problem, is like men are chasing women right now, and they chase women by chasing money and status or something, but then women chase money, and really what you're getting is you have a headless chicken conundrum where you are chasing a headless chicken, and that makes you a headless chicken. Okay? So if you're chasing a woman that's just chasing money, then you are just as much a headless chicken as them. And you're more at fault because you have more responsibility as the not headless chicken intrinsically. By the way, neutral force is a headless chicken. It needs to be led. Okay? It adopts the charge of what's around it. You have a negative charge. Men have a negative charge. Women will adopt negativity. If men are positive and pursue growth and truth and what is good, then women will take on that charge as well. They're the neutral force. It's interesting in a lot of theological, I guess, text. It says that towards the end of days, we have like basically a pole shift in gender, essentially, where like women become leading and men become following. But this is due to essentially the fact that technological civilization is altering the incentive structures, and it's not like necessarily a good thing, but it has its purpose. But you need to be aware of what it's doing, and it's interesting. Like if we're in a universe that's about to birth another universe, then this universe does need to get a little more feminine in certain ways, because it's basically becoming like, I guess, like a womb almost. But the thing is that creativity is actually masculine. So before the universe actually becomes creative, it needs to become masculine. So what's interesting is that if you think about God and we're inside of God, like basically like inside of a womb, that sounds like physically thinking God is feminine, but the reality is that God is creative, and that is a masculine trait, and God is also higher than us in the hierarchy, which makes him intrinsically masculine to us. So physically, it's like God is feminine in structure, but in power, he's masculine because he's more powerful than us, so he's higher than us in the hierarchy. It's an odd thing. Because God is a superposition of the two. God is genderless, and you could say both genders, more so than even saying genderless. Some people say God is genderless. I think God is both genders, actually. I mean, it's the same thing, but it's a little bit different. And I've said God is genderless. It's better to say that than say both genders. I'm starting to think a little differently about it, but this is honestly one of those things where it's like, are you thinking about it from the inside out or the outside in? But it's interesting because when you look at like my geckos, okay? If you look at chameleon geckos, okay? Let me go get a chameleon gecko to make this more interesting, actually. Okay, here we go. This is a chameleon gecko. Urodactylodes agricolae is the scientific name. They're very, very cool. Let me see if I can get it to focus well. A little bit. You can see it's auto-focusing, but this species has sexual reproduction, and this is a male, but he's smaller than the girl. The girl's bigger than him, and the reason for this, it seems, is because one, it gives her more space inside to carry eggs. But also, she is the boss of the terms of breeding. It's just I guess at least a byproduct of that. They're very cool geckos. Mine just eat protein powder, basically, and fruit. This is as big as the males get. The female's a bit bigger. And they're very slow moving. Definitely one of the coolest animals you could ever keep. Super easy. They like room temperatures. They move pretty slowly for a gecko. But they have sexual reproduction. And there's males and females. But he lives with mourning geckos, which the males all died because the females had a genetic mutation thousands of years ago that let them reproduce asexually, and now they just clone themselves constantly. But the females act like males of that species, all of them, because they're all fighting and chirping at each other constantly, which is actually like masculine in most animals, and even in human traditional like context. But we think about it now as being feminine because we're thinking about it in the context of technological civilization, which is flipped everything, inverted everything. But humans are different than chameleon geckos because men are bigger than and stronger than women, and it makes them higher in the hierarchy of physicality. But even in these geckos, these geckos are more analytical, the males, than the females. They're a little like more intellectual, I guess, in their way in which they are in their environment, because they are I guess they're just not as instinctive. They're not like, you look at animals, and female lizards, they will like start digging randomly, and it's like their instincts are just telling them to dig. It's like women's instincts telling them to clean the house. It's just like digging. It's cleaning, preparing for babies. That's going to lay eggs. But at the same time, they're also pursuing, versus the females are the ones that are being pursued in geckos, which is just like humans. And like most species, though, when you look at like even peacocks, like the males are pursuing of females just in a very different way than like we think about it as being the opposite of people, because we look at women and women are, dressing up and it's kind of pursuing of men, but it's not. It's just it's to attract. But the same thing is happening also with peacock males, but it's still like, it's a little different. Humans are a little different. And this confusion that's happening with humans makes us different than species like this, which, by the way, I have monitor lizards and chuckwallas over there. The males are bigger than the females, and there are geckos where the males are bigger than the females. I have geckos over there that are called day geckos. The males are bigger than the females. And so this results in different relationships between sexes in species that engage in sexual reproduction. But gender exists even in species that don't engage in sexual reproduction, like mourning geckos. They still have gender dynamics, or they follow the rules of what gender is, which is really, it's about forces, and it is about forces that are basically reactive and active, and then contextualized within sentience. And so that is what gender is, essentially. It's the active and reactive forces contextualized within the interaction between sentient beings. That's all gender is. It's about hierarchies. If your boss is your boss, then that's masculine. They are masculine to you. You are feminine. It's like when people are like, oh, I'm my boss's. Even men will be like, oh, my boss's bitch, or something like that. It's like, that is, I don't want to get kicked off the stream, so I'm trying not to curse. But And it's also good. I was cursing a little bit last night. It was a rough day. But I don't want to do that all the time. Um, it's funny, I come from a family that just curses constantly. Or my mom's side of the family does, because they're like Brooklyn people. My dad's side of the family doesn't. And my family, though, it definitely took on my mom's side as far as demeanor goes. And people are constantly cursing, and it's no big deal. It's like done in jest, as like a way of relieving tension, not because people are constantly pissed, but because it's done jokingly. And then I met Paulina, and Paulina's family is like the total opposite, and now I don't really curse very much. But, gender dynamics are definitely at play there. But, fascinating gecko. Highly recommend if you want a little tiny pet. Urodactylodes agricolae chameleon geckos. Gosh, let's see if I can get it to focus. Oh, there we go. They're so cool. Can't hold most geckos like that. Most geckos that size are very, very fast and nervous and delicate. They're not. Liked. Cool. Thanks, Torn. Like a cooler version of a hamster and simpler version of a hamster. Yeah, it's way cooler than a hamster, dude. Hamsters suck. Have you ever been bit by a hamster? It sucks. Hamsters smell. This doesn't smell. You can set it up in a beautiful cage with flowers and waterfalls or whatever you want to do and make a little avatar world. And they literally, like, its cage is like, it's like this big. Put some plants in there. It's like having a houseplant with a little being inside. Getting into Jordan Maxwell territory, currency. I don't know Jordan Maxwell. Money, cash, flow, stored in a bank, like river banks. Yeah, that's super literal. That's very cool. I never thought about that. I don't know who Jordan Maxwell is. I feel like I've heard his name, but exactly, a bank. Just joined, but this reminds me of how all humans are like the feminine compared to God. Yes, we are feminine compared to God. All humans. But men are the bride of God. And then women are the bride of men. And then essentially children are the bride of women. Women are masculine to children. That's who they lead. My parents are both from Philly. Yeah, then you get it. Yes, you get it. That's very funny. Anion. That's a... But see, it's not really opposite. Anion implies opposite. And if it's a theory of everything, there is no negative. Yeah, negatively charged ion that would be attracted to the anodes in electrolysis. But here's the thing. It's attracted, which is the opposite of attractive, or attracting, and attracting is like feminine in a way, but maybe not. Maybe actually in objectivity, attracting is masculine, and because women follow men, or male, like the feminine follows the masculine. See, this is where like it just depends on how you're like, are you looking at it inside out or outside in, or from the top down or the bottom up? Because the thing is it's still... So, like, negativity is actually, like, attracted to almost, like, not enough... What is it not perceived as another conscious being? It's, like, attractive to the self. When you are self-attracted, that is, like, truly negative. Like, it's like pursuing pleasure, pursuing personal wealth for the sake of wealth, status for the sake of status, pleasure for the sake of pleasure. You're actually pursuing yourself. And this is not actually you thinking about following another sentient being. It's like you decontextualized gender at that point, because negativity is to pursue. It's like an electron is negative, but it's actually that the universe itself is the electron. It's only one electron. It's just you see it at multiple points, and it's just a wave. And a wave is not seen as a singularity. It's seen as, space, or, shapes, or, force. It's not particle. It's not singular. It's not contextualized within a quantum or a conscious being. It's an experience. You're pursuing experience when you pursue negativity. That's why, like a neutron, which is feminine, it's essentially like female, can either pursue a proton, which is a male that's positively charged, or it can pursue, and it can take on the charge of a proton and bind to a proton, or it can not, and basically then takes on just the charge of the electron, which is then negative, but it's not seeing that electron, and I mean that by literally, like, it's not perceiving that electron as a singular electron. It's seeing that as experience. It's not, whereas when it looks at a proton, when it perceives a proton, we will say, it perceives that proton as another being. Literally. This isn't metaphorical. This is literal, and it's super literal. But when it's pursuing negativity, this is like when I tried to apply this theory, I was like, okay, protons are males and electrons are females, because positive and negative. And I thought that's what it was. But I couldn't make it fit with the model. It didn't fit within the periodicity of sentience, because now you have an electron, which is a fundamental or elementary particle, and then you have a particle that's a nucleon or hadron, which is an assembly, whereas an electron is not an assembly of anything other than information and energy. But a proton is an assembly, and a neutron is an assembly of quarks, both of them. So it broke the pattern. And so for quite some time, I couldn't reconcile this with the binary triality pattern or the periodicity pattern that I had. And so I knew it was wrong because it wouldn't fit. And then I realized, no, actually, the feminine is neutral. It's the neutron. It's not the electron. It's not negative. It's neutral. This is interesting because I remember like listening to Owen Benjamin and talking to him and about how like women, people will say, well, women are just ruined, and men will say this in like, the groups that are very like, I don't know, related to like the incel crowd and stuff. It's like, there's no good women anymore. It's like, you make the women good or not. If you're only liking their bikini photos and you're giving them more likes based on how little that bikini is getting, and that's what you're doing, you are making the women that way. They're still following you, but you're following them, which means you're just spinning around. This is a headless chicken. You're chasing women, women are chasing you. The bikini is to chase men, but you're clicking on it because you're chasing them. Don't. Pursue truth. Build things. Pursue like mastering skills and that are useful. Learn how to change tires and fix cars and do woodwork and shoot and I don't know. I do archery. I got a bow recently. I talked to you guys about like this is why hobbies are so important for men, because my main hobby, my favorite hobby is to keep snakes. You would think that is the least attractive thing to women. Not at all. I've never, ever, ever had a woman not admire it once they actually talk to me about it. All of them say, I could never be in a room, blah, blah. Trust me, that's not true. I've never not I had one. I've never had it negatively impact me with women in my life, ever. And I remember like family would tell me like, I'd be like, I want, this kind of lizard that's 6 feet long eventually, and like it's like a Komodo dragon. Like they would just tell me like, good luck, with women if you're gonna have a Komodo dragon in your house. Like, trust me, that's attractive to women. Much more so than you are trying to appear cool. And I've had this experience in my first relationship. I hid my pet snake from her for over a year. Over a year. She had no idea. She was in my room all the time. This was in college, freshman year of college. I never told her I had a snake. Like, she knew I liked them, but I downplayed how much I liked them. And I only had one at the time because I went away to college and I sold the rest. But I had like 30 before that. And now I have like 30 again. And she thought it was boring. Like, she told me. I was like, I don't want to say what music I really like. I want to say what hobbies I really like. I don't want to. I was literally like, I like politics. I didn't like politics at the time, guys, at all. I had no political interests at all. I wanted to sound cool. I was failing miserably, obviously, but it was not attractive. And like, she was told me straight up multiple times, and I thought she was ridiculously cruel for it at the time. No, actually, like, she was right. I was chasing a neutral force, and they need to chase a positive force. And I got myself into a headless chicken conundrum. I chased a headless chicken, which makes you a headless chicken. Don't be a headless chicken. Pursue not women. Do not pursue women. When men are like, don't chase women, it's usually people who are like hookup gurus. Like, don't listen to those people. But I will tell you, chase truth, chase skills, get hobbies. Women will admire it. You don't like need to appear uninterested, by the way, either. Like, as soon as you are interested in a woman that's interested in you, just go do things for her. Like, don't try and be uninterested. No, go help her paint her room, go build her desk, go build her a bookshelf. I don't know, whatever it is. Help her in any kind of conundrum that she's in. Just help her solve any problem that she has. Do not appear uninterested for the sake of appearing uninterested, but chase truth if you want women to follow you. And, chase skills, chase not women. Until a woman already is chasing you, and then you don't chase them, you help them. It's different than chasing. Helping is not chasing. You've already formed some type of relationship at that point, where if you can be like, hey, I'll help you with that, it's like you're already past the point of chasing. But nobody should chase anybody, but women should follow men. But women will only follow men. Women intrinsically follow men, but if you want women to follow goodness, you need to follow goodness. Or else, how can she follow goodness if you're following bikini photos and I don't know, hedonism? It's like, you expect her to not follow hedonism? She's following you. It's very important to know this stuff because it helps you with everything. It helps you understand it's not the right and the left in government. People are like, the right doesn't do anything because it is nothing. The government is intrinsically left. Its job is to be reactive to the market and to constrain the market. We're going to add another one to this list. Constraining versus enabling. So masculine is enabling, and feminine is constraining. That's a good thing. Women keep men in check. But men do the same thing to women, but it's just different. It's not through keeping them, controlling them. It's through leading. Leading is different than controlling. So controlling is feminine. controlling, and allowing is masculine. Okay, so we've added more to the list. Both of these things are 100% necessary. None of them are bad. Both of them are good. Femininity is beautiful, necessary, 100%. Masculinity is impressive and necessary, 100%. It's beautiful, but I guess I don't really know. It's interesting, like quirks. You have top, truth, and you have up, truth, and top, or what's the other phrase for it? You have top, charming, and then you have up, charming, and top, or truth. Okay, then you have the negative, or not negative, but they call it negative, but it's really feminine quirks, which is, I mean, I guess they are kind of negative, but that can be because they're not sentient beings, so they can actually be negative because they're a piece of a whole. They're not a whole. They're not a holon into themselves, so they can actually be negative. Whereas there is no negative holons, but there is negative aspects of holons, and this is a negative aspect of a holon. So you have down, strange, and bottom or beauty quirks. And so that strange in physics is associated with femininity, basically, and charming is associated with masculinity. And when you think about people and you're like, yeah, man, you try and be charming, try and charm. And women are like mysterious, which is strange, that's what it is. No, you don't want to be strange as a man, but you do want to be mysterious, like as a woman. It's like that's what modesty comes into play. It's like you're not mysterious if you're not modest. You're the opposite of mysterious. Do you think men are meant to intellectually surpass their fathers, or technology skewing our perspective right now? Yeah, we are not as smart as previous generations at all. Like we're not. We think we are, but we're not. Our intelligence is is getting increasingly specific, and our smartness is decreasing, especially as men, because women don't rely on it as much. They're much more instinctive. It's true. You're surrounding yourself with women like that. No, you're not surrounding yourself with women like that. You are attracting women like that. Women like that are following you because you are being like that. It's your fault. Don't go seek other women. Go change you. Like you have to change you. You cannot, men are leading, so you are in charge of the culture. And because you have agency more so than females, or femininity, because you are not reactive, you are active. You can choose to be active, or you can choose not to be active. And that makes you kind of reactive, and you can't both be reactive. You're reacting to women, and women are reacting to you. This is a headless chicken conundrum. You need a head, you need a body. You need heads, and you need tails. The thing about heads and tails is when you look at any animal walk, the head leads and the tail follows. This is what it means. And but right now we don't want to say this stuff because it does mean that like women and men have different roles, and that you are supposed, and it means that we have certain responsibilities, and and nobody wants to admit that, and especially gender-specific responsibilities. Of course, there's gender-specific responsibilities, but you can't act when people are like, I'm, I see in these bios of like spiritual people, people who try and be spiritual, I guess, and I'm not saying they aren't, but like they're trying to be spiritual too. And if you're truly spiritual, you don't try to be spiritual. You just are. And but if you're trying to be spiritual, you're like, balance of I am balanced between my masculine and feminine energies. No, you're not. That's not how this works at all. You're a holon, and the only way in which you are balanced between your masculine and feminine energies is you are the head of an assembly of cells, and they are feminine to you, and you are masculine to them. There you are actually balance of masculine and feminine. But that is that is a different relationship than your relationship with other beings on the same level of the periodicity of sentience as you, other humans, essentially. Like you cannot individually be, if you are part of a sexually reproductive species, a balance of masculine and feminine on an individual level. You can't do it. You can only balance them in a marriage. It literally cannot happen anywhere else. You cannot be, when you look at people who are feminists and who are like, I don't need a man, women can do anything men can do. Men shouldn't lead. Women can lead too. It's like they actually become masculine because they have to. You can't be feminine and be leading. You are intrinsically following, submissive, reactive if you are being feminine. You cannot be the leader. You can't. It's impossible. It's antithetical to the definition of feminism. Or femininity, not feminism, femininity. Feminism is a political movement towards self-obsession. And but so is misogyny, which is a real thing, but we don't call it that when it manifests. We just think about it, and this is what I was talking about earlier, is like men don't know what masculinity is. People are like, where's the masculine men? The men who are calling for men to be masculine, usually most of those men aren't even being masculine. You're telling me that, you're just going to preach at people on, like, I don't know, in the social media space, and in your personal life, you're not pursuing, I guess, the building of yourself as, like, I guess, you're not pursuing building. Like, if you're not pursuing building outside of, just reacting online, and that's all you're doing, then you're not being masculine. And it doesn't matter how many times you go to the gym. Going to the gym does not make you masculine. Going and smoking cigars does not make you masculine. Drinking scotch does not make you masculine. These things, bravery does make you masculine. But bravery is not stupidity and doing things that are, dangerous for the sake, because they're dangerous. Bravery is doing things that are dangerous and that scare you because they need to be done. And that's a proper, healthy manifestation of masculinity. And if you're doing it for the sake of, appearing brave, that's called posturing. And it's actually feminine. It's like when you see a bunch of men. If a man, this is like the difference, okay? If a man looks at a mountain that nobody has ever climbed and he's like, I'm going to climb that because I want to know what's at the top. That is masculine. But if you are, like when I would go cliff jumping in college, you would see like a man would go a little higher, and then another man would go a bit higher than him, and another man would go a bit higher than him, and it would be like this competition of who could go jump off the cliff even higher. And like once I thought I was going to watch somebody die because it got so out of hand. Thank God I didn't. Like, I really thought somebody was going to die once. They took like it was probably close to a 70-foot jump. And I pleaded with them not to jump. because I knew that I was going to be the one that would jump in at, like, not from where they were. I was lower, but I would jump in and have to fish their body out of the water. Not something I wanted to do, but they were okay, thankfully. But they said it hurt a lot. I mean, if they had landed wrong, that would have been it. But they were being feminine. They weren't being masculine. They were competing, and to be competitive is actually feminine. Jealousy is feminine. Reactivity is competitiveness, and that is actually feminine. So it's even like when you're an athlete and you want to see how far you can go, that is masculine. But if you are an athlete and your focus is on winning, and I'm not talking about a boxing match even or something like that, and I mean, I'm a little bit, yeah, actually, but like it's a little different in fighting than it is in like I don't know, like race, but because you're responding and you also there's more dynamics to it, and you also are planning versus like in a race you're just like, my goal is to beat the other, go faster than the other guy. It's like, okay, so you're defined by another, not by yourself. If your goal is just to get your fastest time, that's masculine. If your goal is to get the fastest time out of everybody else, it's feminine. So, but we think about sports as masculine, but it's not. It's the expression of femininity most of the time. I almost just spilled all over myself. That would have been hilarious. I already spilled today. All spilled grape juice all over the carpet this morning. I had to get it out quick. That stuff is like dye. But anyways, I mean, this has been an awesome stream so far. Like, I hope you guys like this. Please hit the like button, subscribe, share, clip it up, post it. Theory of Everyone Clips channel. If you want to start that, that would be awesome. I'd be very appreciative, and I don't know, I'd definitely bring you into projects. I can't tell you what exactly because I don't know exactly, but if you want to join this in a more active way, like this project, in that way or in any other way, I also have a Patreon account that's linked in the bio. You can support the work there as well, because there's a number of projects I'm working on a social media platform that I discuss on my Discord discussions. So send me a link and I'll send you a link to our Discord discussions there every Thursday. So tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, we have more private conversations on there that are live calls with everybody. Like, it's just open call for hours. It's a good time. And I appreciate every patron, and I need to figure out how I'm going to handle that more. And I know there's a few of you, and I really do appreciate it sincerely. I need to figure out what my relationship will be with that's more meaningful to anybody that wants to support the work, because right now I put like pretty generic things, and I think that there's a better way to handle it. But I mean, people on here who are part of our Discord discussions every week know, like, this is definitely building community, and it is a community project. People who participate in those Discord discussions every week, some of you are here, you guys teach me things every week. And there's no better way to add to this project than that. So I appreciate all the support always. But it's difficult to stream for 3 hours and then clip up a 3-hour stream, especially if you also have a full-time job, and make it into small, digestible clips for people who, don't know the work yet and don't want to sit through a 3-hour stream of somebody that they have no idea who they are, which I totally understand. So, let me see the chat. Once you have a relationship or friendship with an interesting woman, there's no chance of going MGTOW. Yeah, that's true. Take her dancing. Yeah, paint her apartment, build her desk, build her shelving unit, put down floors for her. Like Paulina wanted, she had beautiful wooden floors at her last place. They were dark, and she likes the space to be bright. And she got this flooring that you put down, and it wasn't even real wood. Obviously it's like laminate, but over this real wood floor that was in great shape, but it was practically black. It was very dark, and I will say the flooring really did brighten up the space. But I was hoping she would give up on the idea and not, because then it means I would have to figure out how to lay flooring. I didn't really want to do it, but I did it, and now I know how to lay flooring, and I also have the tools to lay flooring. I'm now more competent than I was, because you make each other better, even but that's not like a process that you actually seek usually. It's just a process that is you do, and you won't because you want to, but you wouldn't do it on your own. I'm not going to go like lay floors on my own. It's funny, men know this. It's like, if we didn't have women in our lives, you could perpetually live your entire life with a computer, maybe a TV, but you probably wouldn't even need a TV, and a mattress on the floor, and like a bathroom, and that's it. Like, and a fridge and a microwave. Like, you'd be totally set and fine, or at least you would. I mean, you wouldn't feel discontent enough to change it. Whereas, like, women build a home, and men constantly are like, well, do we really need that? What is a credenza? I asked Paulina today. I was like, what's the term for that thing that we have the TV on? Just like a credenza. I mean, men don't think about these things, but it actually is extremely valuable once it's been done. But it takes another to motivate you to grow. And same thing on their end. It's like, politically, morally, men are the leader. It's funny because in Islam, it's allowed that a Muslim man can take a Jewish or Christian wife, but a Jewish or Christian person who's not Muslim can not take a Muslim woman. And the reason why this is not allowed in their moral structure is because it's true. Because it's aligned with the truth. Is like, if you take a man that doesn't submit to God and you put him with a woman who does already, what will happen is she will actually move away from femininity, from goodness, modesty, godliness. She'll pursue whatever it is that he's pursuing. So, like, if you take a right-wing woman who grew up in a right-wing household and votes right, and you put her with a left-wing man, eventually she will become left. But if you put a left-wing woman with a right-wing man, she will become right. And it's because men lead and women follow, and it's intrinsic. You can't change it. You can't change it no matter how much you try. It's impossible. It's like wanting to change whether or not a force is active or reactive, or whether you want to change the charge of a magnet. It's like, you can't really. Like, I'm not saying, people will say, well, yeah, you can, like, if you do like this. It's like, no, you're not really changing. You're not changing positive into negative. You can't change positive into negative, or repulsive into attractive. You can't do that. Or you cannot have repulsive be attractive or attractive be repulsive. You can't do that. They are intrinsically opposites, or intrinsically, not the same. You can't have positive be neutral, or neutral be positive. Neutrality is intrinsically neutral, and positive charge is charged is intrinsically charged. You can't have charged be neutral. Doesn't work. So doesn't mean that, like, gender roles can't change a little bit, and they do change. I actually do think that men are going to become more of the homemakers, and women are going to become a little bit more of the breadwinners eventually. But men will be literally the homemakers one day, though. Like we used to be that. You would build the house. That's a homemaker, is you built the house. But then women make it into a home. But it's going to be kind of a little more subtle, because right now nobody is the homemaker, the housemaker, really. Like, we just hire companies to do it. We don't think about them as other people. You don't know your builders. You might know the architect, but you don't know every guy that's working on your house. The point is to not have to in today's world. But eventually, I think you're literally going to get a 3D printer as a man, and you're going to 3D print a house for a woman. And then she's going to live in it. You're going to add a room by 3D printing another room. And, women's intrinsic focus on others does make them somewhat more suited to social media, because it's social. It's a participation with others. So that's why every single social media account, even if it's for like the most masculine right-wing group that you can think of, eventually just becomes sassy and kind of feminine, emojis and stuff. And it's because that is what gets attention and in a collective space, because true masculinity is just self-focused. You're like, I don't care what they're saying in the comments over here. I don't care what the likes stats are over here, or the reach stats or anything. I'm just going to post what I want to post, and I don't care what people say about it or who sees it or anything. It's just about me and my thoughts. It's like, this is when you do that on Twitter. Trust me, I do that a lot on Twitter. I get like no reaction. Even if I had many, many, many more followers and did get quite a bit more reactions than I get now, I would still be getting less reactions than if I was, responding to someone else and being sassy and smart alecky and, stuff like that. It's snarky. It's like the masculine sassy, but it's not really masculine. It's the same thing as sassy. It's still feminine. It's reactive. I am the hiccup guru. Yes, you are the hiccup guru. That's totally true, by the way. That totally worked. Phantom had a great way of getting rid of hiccups. It's like you take a deep breath in, and then you continue to like just force as much air into you as possible, and it just changes whatever is causing your diaphragm to spaz. I was having hiccups in a Discord discussion last week, and they wouldn't go away, and that worked. I'm 30, and looking back at my 20s was so less mature but honest, and I lucked out getting to know and be close with all the few women I crushed on. I was still young and ignorant, though, so those relationships ended, but I've always been grateful for getting to know them. That's how I feel too. I mean, you have to be able to forgive yourself, because you have to, or else good luck in life. But you also have to want to better yourself at the same time, which means admitting that you did wrong. Whereas this is the feminine will never admit wrong, but because it's not self-aware. The masculine perspective is humility is masculine. To say, I was wrong. It means you are being self-aware. And it's a masculine trait versus, being evasive. If both are reactive, it becomes a positive feedback loop. It becomes a feedback loop. I don't know if it's positive or not, but I'd say it just becomes a feedback loop, but it's a feedback loop that's decaying. It's a decaying feedback loop is what it becomes. A feedback loop is not growing, it's decaying. This is like when people are like, conservation of energy is, fundamental law of the universe. No, it's not. physics. It's not when it comes to a theory of everything. It's not a fundamental law of existence, I'll say. Maybe it is of the universe, you could say, but it's not a fundamental law of existence. The fundamental law of existence is growth, not conservation of energy. It's growth of energy, because it's growth of information, and information is energy, essentially, really. But, yeah. Seriously, I don't get jealous much at all. I don't know if that's me or I was created like with that. I think building yourself might be able to be simplified. I definitely think we're making this stuff more complicated than it needs to be. I do agree with that. When people are like, you gotta be a man, you gotta go to the gym, you gotta like smoke cigars. Like, I don't drink or smoke. Like, and it's not because I choose not to, because I'm so holier than thou. Like, I've smoked in my life, and I've enjoyed smoking cigars. I've smoked cigarettes, smoked other things, and I don't do any of that at this point in my life at all. But just because, I mean, I don't need to. I mean, I don't need to, and I think that they would hinder me in my goals, I guess. But and I don't drink because I don't need to, and I think it would hinder me in my goals, but also because my stomach doesn't like alcohol sometimes. Just like, I think I'm like a little bit allergic to alcohol. I mean that honestly. But yeah, jealousy is a feminine trait, and when men are being jealous, we're being feminine. But when men are doing keeping up with the Joneses or something, that is a feminine way of being. Wanting the biggest house is intrinsically placing yourself within space, like relativity, which is placing yourself within collectivity, which means you're being feminine. Like, because the biggest house means biggest according to who? Other people. So therefore you are reacting to others, and therefore it is feminine to want the biggest house. Even if you have the biggest house, you're like, look at the most masculine looking giant castle that was created to be the biggest. That is, you were being feminine when you made that castle, ironically. It's very interesting to actually understand gender dynamics, because it gives you a blueprint for the world and for yourself and for others. Because that's really what it does, is it is a theory of everything. Gender is the theory of everything. Theory of gender. But when we do it in academia, I would imagine it's not nearly this defined, especially right now. It's probably getting increasingly chaotic. I literally just told my friend I was about to pull a couple of clips from this session. Awesome. Like, this is a session to probably pull from if there is a session to pull from. This is a good stream. I'm glad I went with this topic. It was like a last-minute decision. It's been very focused. Not always are the streams so focused. Like, always look to admit when you're wrong. No jealousy. Have faith in God. Exactly. Yesterday, I said something that was wrong, and I basically criticized somebody that I shouldn't have. Criticized Michio Kaku for saying something, and I said that he basically was speaking for somebody with, and he shouldn't have, but actually it seems like he was saying something that person, which was Albert Einstein, had actually wrote himself before, and you got to take people's word for it. You can believe them or disbelieve them. You should trend towards believing them. Otherwise, like, if you don't believe anybody in your life, you can't organize your life. Like, this is why it's important to tell the truth, and also to trust people to tell the truth as much as possible, because without saying the truth, we can't order ourselves. This is like, I did a stream on confidence and how true humility means admitting when you are confident, and if you don't, then admit that you're confident in your competence, then society will fall apart, because we can't actually know who to go to for certain problems and things like that. And you're destroying meaning, because individualized skills and having that guy better at that, or that person better at that, that person not so good at that, but better at that. This is what creates meaning for all of us. So when you try and, minimize your skills and also hide your weaknesses, you're literally destroying the meaning of yourself and the meaning of everybody else around you. And it's all in the name of, I don't know, preserving peace, I guess, or some, I don't know, like not offending people. It's about not offending people. But the thing is that people are going to be jealous of you, then they have a problem, not you. And if you change yourself and you don't have a problem, if you're being honest and they are jealous of what's true, and so you are dishonest in order to make them not angry or offended or upset, then you have just made yourself worse and you didn't make them better. And you didn't make them have to even confront their own, faults. And people do need to confront their faults in order to get better. So you're literally screwing everybody over when you are trying not to offend people. You're screwing them over, screwing yourself over. You're erasing everybody's meaning, and you're literally, they are a chicken with their head cut off, and you are chasing them, and it creates a decaying feedback loop. That's a good way to put it. It's like think about a chicken with its head cut off. That chicken is slowly, every time it's going around and around, getting closer and closer to just falling over, dying, decaying, and you're still chasing it. Instead of thinking and being like, okay, I don't need to chase it. It's going to fall. Just let it fall and then go get it. Like you're in control of yourself. You're not letting it lead you, but it's not actually leading because it's just reacting anyways. That's why it's a headless chicken. It's funny, like when I got into one of these Discord, like huge debates / arguments on the Portal Discord a while back on my physics stuff, they had found my Twitter and they were like, somebody was like, Mr. Goldstein, like on your Twitter, you say, if you chase a headless chicken, then you are a headless chicken. Do you think so-and-so is a headless chicken? And like this person who was just angry with me for not reasonable reasons, I guess. Honestly, it was due to like fear and jealousy. Whether they would ever admit that doesn't really matter. Those are the only two things that motivate that type of behavior. I'm not saying it was one more than the other, but it was, both of them to some degree. I don't know which one it was more than the other. But whenever we react kind of irrationally negatively to something, it's because we're jealous of someone and fearful of what they've done because we think that it undermines us. But the reality is that nobody's competence undermines anyone else and anyone else's meaning. So like you have to be aware of that, though. It's very hard in a secular context to think in the way that we currently think about the world in the secular world of intrinsic meaning. Like that you have intrinsic meaning from your perspective, at least, because you have been created by another, which brings meaning. Like, so if you were all there was and there was no one else, then you would be meaningless. But there are others, and there's others on levels above you, like the universe, God. There's levels below you, cells, molecules, atoms. And then there's others around you on the same plane, essentially, or level of periodicity, other people. And we're all giving meaning to each other, maximizing meaning. And but if you were all there was, it's like beyond creation or before creation, you could say. It's not really before creation, but as time emerges from the coordination between two consciousnesses as well. But when God existed in proto-creation, I guess, there was no creation. It was just God had not chosen to create multiplicity within his oneness. God was meaningless. That's probably why, I think, God created. It's one of the reasons, at least, God created, is because if God didn't create, God would be meaningless. Literally. be everything and nothing at the exact same time. But because God created, God isn't everything and nothing. God is just everything and everyone. Not everything and nothing, because nothingness doesn't actually exist in objectivity. But if God didn't create, God would be everything and nothing, because God would be meaningless, but also God would be all there is. And so all there is would be meaninglessness. A meaningless singularity of sentience. But as soon as you create singularities of sentience within your singularity of sentience, now you have meaning, they have meaning, and because there's a compounding effect. It's the opposite of a decaying feedback loop. It's a compounding feedback loop where you're more than the sum of two. So it's like meaning if God creates another, it doesn't just make God meaningful to that other. Because God is now meaningful to that other, though, it means that that other also created meaning for God. And so therefore it's this compounding interest effect, basically, that occurs, but it's a compounding meaning effect. That's so good. I'm writing that down. Compounding meaning effect. Or compounding meaning effect maximizes meaning. Or meaning is maximized through a compounding effect. Meaning is maximized via a compounding effect. This is probably one of the best streams I've ever had. I'm just being completely honest. I didn't even finish the gender chart in the last stream on gender. We got a little, we hit a wall. And I don't think we hit a wall this time. I think we completed it. Always look to admit. Literally moments before you mentioned the Clips channel. Awesome. That's called synchronicity. And it's real. Speaking of, merch coming soon. I won't get deeper than that, but merch coming soon. I'm subscribed and man, I can't promise anything. I'm a notorious procrastinator. Dude, that's fine. Don't make any promises to me about that. I'm not, you don't need to apologize. Dude, I keep saying to myself I'm going to do it, and then I do it occasionally. You can see it's on my channel a bit, but it's not really. Talking about booze and smokes. I wish I could stop because they are hindering me socially, seriously, but not bad enough to stop me from pulling my weight, luckily. We all have our vices. Everybody does. I'm not saying I'm without vice. I am not without vice. But if I drink, I feel sick after, a sip of beer sometimes. Sometimes I can drink nonstop, and sometimes I can take a sip and want to throw up. And that is my drinking experience. It's just extreme in both ways. I don't really have I can't just sit there and have a beer. And that's, I don't know. I'm drinking too much Gaikido tea though lately, which is very caffeinated tea. Caffeine is definitely a vice. Because you don't realize it's a vice so much until you've drank a little bit too much of it and you get some anxiety. And then you don't do it on a weekend and you're exhausted. So then you realize, oh yeah, this is a vice. By the way, I think sugar is a vice for pretty much all of us. I was thinking about that the other day. Sugar is definitely a vice for me. And you don't even notice it because I don't know what it's like to not, I don't know. I grew up constantly drinking juice and I haven't stopped today. That's definitely a vice that but it's like a fish in the water. It's it doesn't even see the water. I think that sugar is a huge vice. I'm trying to work on it, and I've been failing. I wish I could stop. Um, Great stream. I gotta head to bed and maybe listen to creepypasta. There's a lot of people needing people like Tyler to finally listen and have someone to interact with that they relate to. Awesome. I appreciate that, Nick. Send me a message on to my Theory of Everyone on Instagram, or check the comments below the stream, and I will post the Discord link, and you can join us tomorrow at 7 p.m. if you want. Watch out for kidney stones. Yeah, I know. See, like, there's lots of problems with drinking constant sugar. Like, and I don't drink soda or anything like that, but I do drink, like, I will drink orange juice, like, so much orange juice, and I won't drink water very much. Trying. But I can taste the badness of water. So this is filtered and it's good, but I still developed the habit as a kid, just not liking tap water usually. So, and it just made a habit, which is now I have to break. But yeah, I have not had kidney stones that I'm aware of so far. Knock on wood. I really hope that continues. Dang, this has been a great stream. But, I mean, this can help us. Understanding gender helps you understand everything. It helps you understand why the right in politics does nothing. Because it's a non-existent thing. Like, it's not. This is why. Like, this is why it fizzles out so fast when there's a right-wing uprising, and it also becomes authoritarian left always. It's like, get conservative socialism, which is socialism seeking order instead of socialism, that is endorsing of chaos, which is, we usually think of as left, whereas right is socialism seeking order. Reality is that you need a superposition of the two, but in actuality, the market is everything seeks order, and change is found in chaos, but it's not really chaos. True chaos is decay, but there is also like moments of complication that are perceived as chaos that are not actually chaos, because true chaos is just decay, but it doesn't actually exist. And so that's why true chaos is just a trend towards non-existence. That's what decay is. And we could say devolvement to disorder, but it's really just entropy, or like, I guess it's just decay. Like, that's what it is. Decay is the best word for it. But the reality is that the government is supposed to be left. You're not supposed to have a government that doesn't do anything for anybody, but make sure that nobody can do anything. No, your government's job is to put protections on for people. And, but the problem is that the people who understand what's important, you have people who understand personal responsibility, but don't understand governmental responsibility. And you have people that understand governmental responsibility that don't understand personal responsibility. And we're switching leaders between these two. And reality is we need leaders that understand the reality of personal responsibility and governmental responsibility, but also why those responsibilities must come along with certain freedoms that allow you and enable you to fulfill those responsibilities. Like, you need to be allowed to have weapons for the sake of self-defense. It's not you should be able to have weapons because nobody should be able to tell you what to do. It is because you must be able to defend yourself and others. You have a responsibility. That is why you should have a right. It's not that you should have a right and then therefore you should also have a responsibility. It is that you have a responsibility and therefore you should have a right. Responsibility is the head and rights are the tails. They are the following. They are the reactive. it's not that rights are active. We're treating rights as active and responsibilities as reactive. We need to be treating responsibilities actively and rights reactively. And we would see a very big difference in how governments, in how government is run. But you would also need other things along with that, where it would need to follow the true structure of a nation, that is a superposition between consent and lineage, which is, we'll get into that another day. But and I've talked about it before, but there is a specific context in which you must allow for converts or naturalization into your group, but only in that specific circumstance. And also, there is an intrinsic lineage aspect to a nation or a government in which it follows families, because it's built of castes, and castes are built of families. So you can't get rid of families or divorce the concept of family from a nation and be like, we are just a civic national, our nationalism is based on civic nationalism. Our nationalism is based on lineage nationalism, not racial nationalism. That's nonsense. But lineage nationalism it's intrinsically true. It's not even just necessary. It's true. It's necessary because it's true. Just like civic nationalism or moral nationalism, that's a better way to put it, or cultural nationalism is also true, and that's why it's necessary. So, and it is necessary to have rights because it is true that you have responsibilities. This is also gendered dynamic of, like, you have a leader, you have a follower. Right now we have, these are your rights, these are your responsibilities. It's two people screaming at each other. It's a chicken and it's a chasing a headless chicken conundrum again. It's literally a decaying feedback loop is what every single nation on earth, every country on earth is locked in. You need something to lead rights. What leads rights? Oh, just your humanity, and the fact that you should have rights, right? Because, like, you should be able to have a good time and whatever. Like, I don't know, nobody should be able to tell you what to do. You're trying to let a negative lead you when you're like, I should have rights because nobody should tell you what to do. This is trying to be letting a negative lead you. This is going to lead to decay. You need to let a building or positive or growing force lead you. So you would you say, I have rights because I have responsibilities. Fact, true. Versus I have rights because nobody should be able to tell me what to do. What? That's like saying it's like why atheists are intrinsically anti-theists, even though they're trying to be neutral. This is the same thing is happening. It's like why Google becomes evil when it makes its motto, don't be evil. It should have said, do good. They actually correct this later, but it's too late. Same thing with, like, Antifa. You don't want to be Antifa. You want to be I don't know, pro-benevolence, I guess. Which is like allowingness. You don't want to be, or you could say pro-freedom, but, like, even then, freedom is for the sake of responsibilities. I took this class years ago with Chabad, which is like a Jewish, Orthodox Jewish group, like Hasidic Orthodox Jewish group. Those guys are on their shit. Like, they know what's up. A lot of those, that I would say, like, really identify much more with that group than any other group in Judaism. And I took this class, and it was about legality and crime and punishment from a biblical or Torah perspective. And the first thing my rabbi said, and this is my main personal rabbi, is he said, the Torah does not, he said, in our current world, like the United States especially, it takes the perspective, as far as government goes, of we have freedoms or rights. That's the default, fundamental truth. But he said the Torah doesn't take that perspective. The Torah takes the perspective, or the Bible takes that perspective, or Scripture, you could say, because the Quran would take the same perspective, that you don't just have rights, you have responsibilities. And that means that rights emerge from that, but they're not fundamental. The responsibilities are fundamental. But the rights are emergent in a governmental context. Now, there's also, when it comes to consciousness, agency is more fundamental. And that's why we think about things like, rights as fundamental, and that concept gets confused. But when you're really contextualizing in the context of government, a government is about a group that's looking after itself, which means you have a responsibility to your fellow countrymen, or your nation, or your tribe, or whatever it is that this group is. You have responsibilities to protect each other, to take care of each other, and to enable each other. And you have half of the country right now politically is like, we don't need the government at all. And I was part of that group for, die hard, PragerU, worked for PragerU for years, and I still work for right-wing political organizations. And I agree with the fact that our government needs to give more freedoms, but I think that it's for the sake of rights. Right now, we're giving people the freedoms, or it's for the sake of responsibilities. Right now, we're giving people freedoms to do things like heroin and marijuana. And by the way, you should have the freedom to do that because agency is important, and who knows what is good, medically for people. You should be able to make your own medical decisions. And, I don't think heroin is good for you, but if you do what you think is best for you, but just be honest with yourself and with others when you do it. I don't want the government telling me what medicine I have to take or can't take, and I because I feel like it's my responsibility to see what works and pursue what works for me, so that I can be around to help others. It's all about responsibility. It's not just about you should have the right to, be stoned out of your mind. And I'm not judging anybody. I went, to college and was not, sober the entire time. So, but, or even, I don't even think that necessarily you have to be. I mean, I think that it's best to be, but I don't think that, people don't gain things from certain experiences. If you think that mushrooms is going to cure your depression, and so you're going to go do it in a controlled environment once, or, not regularly, I'll say. I don't want to say not once, but not regularly. And from personal experience, I do think that it can help with that. I tried that in college, and I will say I do feel like I've always had a more positive outlook since then. Johns Hopkins University confirmed that. I haven't done them since, so that was many, many years ago. But if people now think that that is their medicine, they should be able to do it. But it's because you have a responsibility to your health. It's not because you should just be able to have fun. Fun is part of life too, but responsibilities trump the right to be able to accomplish responsibilities trumps the right to be able to pursue hedonism or personal pleasure when the two are not able to manifest simultaneously. Okay? Which one gets priority? Responsibilities gets priority. It's what makes them responsibilities. If you want to go to the bar, but you have to pay your taxes, and you don't have time to go to the bar, which one is more important to do? Okay, or I don't know, pick up your kids from school or whatever. Probably shouldn't be doing that because you probably should be homeschooling. But I wasn't homeschooled, so I get it. But I definitely will be, I think, homeschooling my kids. But like, it's responsibilities are prioritized. Okay, so you need a hierarchy of in order to have sense making, and that means you need things to be prioritized above others. Right now, we are prioritizing freedoms to pursue pleasure, but not prioritizing freedoms that are necessary to accomplish our responsibilities, and that is a huge problem. And like the people that are pro, freedom of speech, because we need to be able to, say what we think is true. You have a responsibility to say what you think is true. That's why you should be able to say what you think is true, regardless of what it is. It's not that you should have freedom to slander people or to insult people purposely or anything like that. By the way, like, you have a personal responsibility to not be, rude to people as much as possible. But at the same time, people will choose to be offended or will get offended by things that you don't necessarily mean to be offensive. And at that point, it's not your job to change for them. So not advocating that we, make it so that you can't offend people. You have a personal moral obligation or responsibility to try and not be offended and to seek truth, because truth will make it so that you're at peace. But sometimes it means that you will be offended, but like, not so much by person, but more so by, like, I don't know, a situation, I guess. You have to fight the resistance to try and resist, I don't know, judging people, but also simultaneously pursue judging of situations and morals and choices and things like that. You can't say, I'm not going to judge anybody, so I'm going to accept anything. Okay, it's like nobody really lives their life like that. You couldn't. You would die, and if everybody did that, we would all die. Like, so, but at the same time, if you aren't also grace giving of others, then it means you are not recognizing of your own faults, which good luck, bettering yourself if you aren't. You can't better yourself without giving grace to others, because self-awareness comes with being aware that, like, you're faulted, or you are personally incomplete, and therefore so is everyone else around you on your level. That's not God. Okay. Like always, I look to admit when you're wrong. Some of us are definitely using the internet for its best purpose. Totally. This is exactly like that. And there's also ways to use the internet that are not the best purpose. But, you need to have access to tools to do good, even though some people, use tools to do things that are not good. So, weapons and the internet or whatever else it is, whatever other tool it is. You need the freedom to talk to the opposite sex, because some people will, use it for not things that are not good. Some people will use it for things that are good. By the way, things that are good is trying to love someone else. To love somebody else is an action. And you can feel loved. This is what I thought about this today. I wanted to share it. I'm glad I remembered. You can feel loved by another. And you can love another. But when you love another, it's an action. And when love is a feeling, it is you feeling loved because someone is acting good towards you. When you feel loved, it's because somebody helped you. You're like, I feel loved. But you don't feel love towards somebody and have it be actually meaningful really at all. Like there is no such thing as feeling love towards someone. There is feeling loved by someone, but there is no such thing as feeling love for someone. We say it all the time, and I say it all the time to Paulina, and she, says it to me. But the reality is like I try and think about how it's probably bad for everybody to be doing this, and I think it's a byproduct of Hollywood, because it's like when you see the moving gun, like they'll take a gun and they'll point it and it'll go, and they'll point it again and go. It's like, if you know anything about guns, it doesn't make any noise when you point it. And why is your gun not cocked already? And like you see that noise being made and nobody's cocking the gun. It's just feedback for our minds, because we're not actually experiencing it. We need that feedback, or we want that feedback. This is what led to, I think, everybody saying "I love you" in movies and books, because we wanted it. It helped us understand what they were feeling, or what they were supposed to be feeling for another person, instead of like, "I am infatuated with you," or "I'm impressed with you," or "I am happy with you." That is, instead we are like, that's what we should be saying, really, but because that's what the actual feelings are that we have towards other people. You don't just sit there and feel love for your spouse. You feel loved by your spouse when they do good things for you. Like they make you dinner, or you helped them build something or fix something, or you, I don't know, took care of them in some way. You feel loved. That's real. But you don't feel love for them. You can feel adoration or admiration or impressed, or whatever it is, like content, but you don't feel. There is no feeling love for somebody. There is loving someone as an action, and then there is feeling loved by someone as a feeling. There is no feeling love for someone as a feeling. And I really realized that today. I was driving. It's amazing how driving and like being in the shower those two things can lead to like really like good thinking sessions. I think it's because you're moving and it makes your mind move, and like, I don't know, I've always had some of my best ideas when I'm driving, especially. But some friends of mine are like, I have my best ideas in the shower, and I'm like, I don't. I think I do have some good ideas. I do have a lot of good ideas in the shower, but especially driving for me, which is weird because you're supposed to be paying attention to the road, but somehow it also leads to, some of your best thoughts. But it's just because your mind can't help but move in an orderly fashion, I think. And in the shower, like it's like reality's moving around you, whereas instead of you're moving within reality, it's like the opposite. But I thought about that today. I'm actually going to write that down. It's like, because I think it's important. The head is you, or action is here. Let me change this. This is action. This is feeling. And then you would say, to love is an action, and to be loved is a feeling. I really think this screwed us up, because then people are like, oh, why'd we get divorced? Because we fell out of love. You don't fall out of love. There are moments in an 80-year, 50-year, 20-year, 10-year, 3-year, 1-year relationship where you really despise your partner sometimes, and you still have to choose to love them. And you can't choose your feelings really so much, but you choose your actions. You choose to love somebody even when you're pissed at them because they're being ridiculous. Because sometimes you're ridiculous. You have to put up with them when they're ridiculous if you want them to put up with you when you're ridiculous. So, action to love is an action. to be loved is a feeling. That is the truth of love right there. And we screwed it up because of media, I think. Because we needed that feedback. We needed to know that they liked each other a lot, more than just a lot. So we say, oh, I love you. I don't think people said I love you very much before they watched movies and read books and read novels all the time. I think reading novels and which is just a pre-movie, movie. It's due to reading fiction novels, which I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not gonna say I love. I like movies. I like novels. I don't read very many of them anymore, but most of my reading is nonfiction. But I watch shows and movies all the time. I watch shows multiple nights a week with Paulina. We're watching Project Blue Book, and that one's kind of, it's presented as a story, but it is a story, but it's also linked to reality in some way. It's like superposition between nonfiction and fiction. But regardless, I recommend it. Amazon Prime. But it's the story of the Air Force covering up UFOs, and there's a lot of truth in it. But yeah, to love is an action. To love is to be loved, and action is a feeling. Interesting how that also ended up like that. There's I'm sure wisdom in that in some strange ways. Hmm. Trying to make it even. That's close enough. Or it's a square. That is legit. What is this? Text wrapping? There is text wrapping. There we go. And then we can... Cool. Theory of love. Could be love is the gravity of consciousness, and gravity is the love of the universe. All right. Do that, but everything is the love of God. This is definitely one of my best streams that I've ever done. That looks legit, I think. Perfect. Almost. I'm going to post this. That's why I'm making it all nice. No, I'll just do it like this. Sometimes it's weird though. And the quality gets messed up, and it's better to just take a screenshot. But love, theory of love. Oh wait. Cool. Dang. Revelations tonight. Will do, man. Any tips on marketing? Marketing is my job. I have tons of tips on marketing. What type of marketing? Like, I did the marketing for PragerU. I did the advertising for PragerU. I do the advertising now for another political nonprofit. That's well known, but it's more niche. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be public about that right now, but I talk about it on the Discord stream for people who are more diehard. But it's not a secret, but I just try not to mix the two too much, just because the culture is different. It's more like anonymous culture, but it's a Second Amendment rights group. It's not the NRA. But yeah, what type of marketing? And I've got tons of tips. If you want to join the discussion tomorrow, in our Discord discussion, send me a message request on Instagram to Theory of Everyone Instagram, because I can't get into Tyler Goldstein Instagram or Tyler Marshall Goldstein Instagram. That's locked right now for literally no reason other than there's no one to contact at Instagram if you have a problem, because too many people use it. I was thinking about this in regards to my plans for social media. I've been thinking a lot about this, of how do I avoid the situation for others that I'm currently in, where too many people use Instagram to have like a helpline, and or at least they're not prioritizing it. And there is no one you can contact at Instagram. There used to be, but as it's grown, no more. And it's just like, take these steps. It hasn't happened. I do think you can leave a message. I think I did send them a message, and then they called me back, and I didn't know it was them. I didn't pick up, and they didn't leave a message. And you can't call back at the number because it's disconnected after that. But they didn't say who they were, but it was from San Francisco. So I don't get very many calls from San Francisco, but it's probably Instagram. Oh, but I was in a meeting. So get my art in front of people. Marketing. What kind of art? Definitely. Here's my advice. If it's Instagram is the best place for artists. That's true of poets. It's true of painters. It's true of photographers. It's true of videographers. Instagram is the best place that exists for artists. And my advice is, if you're going to do ads, target to people that you really think, very specifically to people who you think are interested in your art because it's something niche. Like, don't just target to like people. There's too many, like, you're not going to get probably enough bites. Everybody likes art, but the art that people buy is very few and far between and very specific. But if you, and even the art that we follow on like the photographers that we follow or the painters that we follow on Instagram or something like that, it's not just people that we think are good at painting. Tons of people that you think are good at painting are good photographers, but it has to be somebody who's in a niche that you are interested in. They're taking pictures of things that you're interested in. They're painting things that you're interested in. But also find bigger like artists that are involved in a similar niche to you. Start looking at the community that they are interacting with and involved in, and just join that community and like talk to everybody and engage in the community and be part of it. And that is definitely like the best way to grow. You have to join a community and like be a part of that community, which means doing work like this. My Theory of Everyone stuff, like on Instagram, it does really well, but I have to, it's because I engaged with the community so much, and a little bit too much at first, actually. I was tagging people too much, and like I'm actually blocked by Garrett Lisi because I tagged him in something, but it was related to E8. It wasn't like I was just like tagging him for the sake of it. I thought he'd be interested in what I posted, and then I tagged Sean Carroll in that video, like, talking about God, where he's like, all I need to do to prove that God isn't necessary is to invent a universe in which God doesn't exist, which he's acting as God in that instance. So you can't prove that a universe doesn't need a sentient creator by being a sentient creator of a universe. You're basically proving that it does need a sentient creator. You are proving God. And I made a 30-second clip addressing that, and I got blocked. But I understand why, I guess, like, I don't understand why he blocked me. He shouldn't have done that. Like, he just doesn't, he blocks everybody that challenges him on everything. I'm blocked by him on Twitter too. But that's not a good scientist, by the way. I'm not saying he doesn't have good ideas or doesn't have valuable thoughts. Of course he does. I have benefited a lot from his lectures on physics. I recommend them. But you're a teacher, and he is a good teacher. He's not a good scientist. If he was, he would be much more able to address criticism of his ideas. And we're much more willing, I would say. It's not about ability, it's about willingness. But I think Garrett Lisi just thought I was tagging him for, I don't know, piggybacking on his name or something. He doesn't have a big enough account to do that. I just thought he'd be interested, but it's okay. But you got to participate in communities. You got to contact people, comment, just have discussions. And some people will block you like that, and others will. Robert Grant talks to me all the time, and so do a number of other people in this community of physics stuff. It's like Eric doesn't block me. That's good, at least. After our conversations, so you just got to participate in the community. That's what it is all about. And it's just organic work, and it's not just, you can't just rely on an algorithm to do the work for you, especially on something like art. It just won't do it. You can have it help, but quite a bit, actually, if you target properly. But if you're just expecting everybody to like your art, I think that you're going to waste money on ads. But if you're participating organically in you can't just expect people to find it either if you just post it. You have to post really specific, relevant hashtags that are related to the topics that your art deals with. But because if you tag it artist, it's like, how many artists are on Instagram tagging it as artist? A lot. So one of the things I've really realized in this journey is like, when I first started posting my videos on this channel, I told Paulina, I was like, I'm gonna have like 20,000 followers by the end of the year. Granted, I did not post a video a week like I thought I was going to. I posted 2 videos and then I went 9 months without posting a video. So that seriously does make a difference. And my work did make a splash when it hit at first, but I didn't participate much in the community, and I didn't post often. I didn't talk to people, and like I've learned quite a bit that you have to put in the work. There is no there really isn't any shortcuts. And if something happens super fast for you, way faster than you ever thought, it's because God did something very nice. And it's not because you're so brilliant. It doesn't matter how brilliant you are, you have to put in the work, or God has to put in the work. But I watched Candace Owens go from no one to one of the most popular people online that exists. And she met her, when I first met her, all she did was talk about Kanye West, and his music and how much it impacted her, in just private conversations. Then she ended up meeting Kanye West and working with him on projects and going to the White House to meet with Trump with him in less than a year or two. It was the craziest and fastest ascent I had ever seen in my life. Candace is very intelligent and very capable, but it's not that got her that. That was God was working, and but she was also putting in. I mean, she works very hard, but it does you can work very hard and not become one of the most popular people out there. Immediately, super fast. Without God, you can't do it. But you will grow always. If I told you that, if somebody told me that I would be where I'm at with my work in certain ways, and I've had conversations with people who are at the top of this field and who, I don't want to say heroes, but I admire quite a bit. Eric Weinstein being one of them, and Brian Keating and many, Robert Grant. If you told me that all those people would know who I am at this point in this, I don't think that I would have believed you. But I also would have thought that I would have had way more followers. And I don't have the followers, but I actually know all those people at this point, whether to different degrees at least. But it's weird. Sometimes, you're not. I thought I'd be making way more money at this point in my life. I'm not. I also didn't think I would be about to have my dream snake about to lay a litter of babies for another 5 years, because I thought, I don't know, I'd have to raise them up for much longer and wouldn't be able to afford them so soon. And there's all kinds of things that happen faster in life than you'd expect, but also other things that you expect to happen fast happen slower. So I would say that's advice to everybody looking to grow anything. Just be aware that it's easy to think of yourself as a failure when things that you're expecting to happen fast don't. But recognize and back up and realize that I guarantee you there are things that you expected to happen slowly that are also happening very fast. It's very strange, but it also makes perfect sense. Clothing, stickers. Amen. Like I said, same thing goes with clothing and stickers. Engage in a community, you have to do it. But you can also advertise to that community, but I wouldn't rely on that alone. You have to go down the 2 degrees of freedom, just like this says. You have to have organic marketing, which is really just participation in community participation. And then you also can rely on ads, but they should be targeted always to people who are wanting already of what you have to offer. There's a lot of ideas of let's target to the, especially in the political world, it's let's target to the opposite people and piss them off, and that will then get them sharing it and it will blow it up and everything like that. I actually think that's wrong. At this point, I have a lot of experience with it. You should target to the people who are wanting of what you have to offer already. Like otherwise you're going to probably push them further away and delay them coming over to your perspective. Anyways, it is 10:43. I'm going to take final questions the next 2 minutes, and then I'm going to get out of here because it's probably a good way to end this. But let's just go over real quick what we did today. That was awesome. That was this love square, I guess. It's like better than a love triangle. This is great, and so is this. So as far as gender goes, this really helps show that gender is existing literally on every single level of existence. Well, there we go. Gender exists on every single level of growth, of existence, of sentience. And every single level is a superposition of masculine and feminine. You can't have femininity outside of multiplicity. Masculinity, you can actually have to some degree outside of multiplicity, but you can't. It's not the same thing because you can't lead outside of multiplicity, but you can be self-focused. So if you're defining masculinity as focused on the self, then yes, it's intrinsic that masculinity actually exists outside of multiplicity or in proto-creation, beyond creation. But if you're going to say that masculinity is leadership, which it is, as well, that part of it does not exist really outside of like multiplicity. Actually, I would say leading is emergent. It's just active. You can be active outside of multiplicity, but you really can't actually, because fundamentally outside of multiplicity is just God's oneness of sentience, and the only thing that he can do that's different than being oneness of sentience is to create multiplicity of sentience. He can't like build things in space-time because there is no space-time, because it's emergent from multiplicity. You can't build things in space-time prior to multiplicity that are not conscious beings. So he can, because all there is consciousness really, only thing God can do outside of nothing is something, and to do something for God, it means to create multiplicity of consciousness within oneness. It's the only thing he can do. He cannot do anything else. He can choose to not make multiplicity, or he can choose to make multiplicity, and those are his only two choices as the first choice. It is the first choice, and it is logically inevitable that must be the first choice. I'm pretty sure. I don't think that there is any other first choice. So that's pretty profound. So, like, this is what I mean is, like, you can actually deduce the things that are the secrets of the universe. They're not secret. And anything that is secret truly is like so far beyond you that it's beyond logic. So you can't even start to try and deduce those things because they are beyond logic itself. But you can use logic. And I don't even know what those things are or if those things even exist. They might not. There's no way for us to even know. Like I ask, did God have choice in what logic truly is? It appears like he doesn't, but that's also from our perspective. And I still think that is true because that's the only evidence that I see, but I'm also going to say, it's possible that there's things that are beyond logic, but I don't really know how that's possible. And I'm not really trying to figure out how that's possible because it is intrinsically impossible to figure out for us. But you can figure out almost, if those things exist, it's like one thing that we can't figure out. Probably. It's not like infinite things or a bunch of things. It's like one. And that's the one thing that's just we can never know. And it's not even whether or not God exists. We can know God exists. You don't even have to like just believe and hope. Like God, it is logically inevitable that existence is a singularity of sentience. Like you and me. That means God exists. But the first choice is whether or not to create multiplicity of consciousness within oneness. Within create multiplicity of consciousness within oneness of consciousness by oneness of consciousness. There we go. That's literally the first choice ever made. And I'm pretty sure. I think it's logically inevitable. I need to think about it more to really be sure, but I think so. And like people, if you're like, this is the first choice ever made by God, and I know it, and people are like, you can't know it. It's like, I totally disagree with you. I think you can know it. That's how much is available. If you dismiss it as unavailable, you have built a brick wall before your own self. You have to assume it's available in order for you to ever be able to access it. If it is available, you have to assume it's available to you and try and figure it out. Think about it, and it takes time to do these kinds of things. Sometimes I've spent literally years on a single question. Like, what's the difference between the previous civilization and ours now? If there was a previous civilization, which I think there was on Earth, what caused us to have a different outcome than them? Or what changed in the matrix to make that different? I'm not asking who changed it. I'm asking what changed. Literally took me like years to figure it out, probably like 3 years. And the change is that fact that there was a previous civilization for us, but there wasn't for them. And that is literally the most obvious thing ever, but that's also why it was so difficult to figure out. Is staring you right in the face. But you can logically figure it out. And it's probably responsible for the difference of outcome. Or it is, the force that results in the difference of outcome. Because there will be a difference of outcome. But you can do that kind of stuff. And anybody that says that you can't is a Debbie Downer and a bad scientist. Anybody that assumes that you can't is a bad philosopher, a bad scientist, and doesn't want to think or has built brick walls before themselves. Like, I'm not saying there's nothing we can't figure out. I don't know. But I think that almost everything you can. Multiplicity. See, Paulina is a great speller and very good at grammar, and I'm not, and she proofreads all my stuff. And that is how you achieve oneness in a marriage. You make up for each other's lacking. which means you first have to admit lacking. It's like women that want to get married need to admit that they cannot do what men can do. If you want to get married and you're a woman, you have to admit that men can do things that you can't. If you don't, you will have a failed marriage. Or you won't have a marriage. How many people are listening? Okay, I'm so glad it didn't go down. Sometimes, like a couple streams, I've had really, really good streams of thought, and then I check, and it's been down for once it was down for 40 minutes, and I was just talking. I was so pissed. But this may be the best stream yet. It's definitely one of the best, but it might be the best one. Conscious directive action, masculine. Unconscious directed reaction, feminine. Quantum. Informed energy. Force. Energetic information. Feminine. Masculine. This is why, collectivism in politics is seen as feminine. It's always an assembly of, an assembly of, an assembly of, an assembly of. It's multiplicity. It's awareness of others. It's awareness of self. Oneness. It's like communism versus individualism. Let's just try and get a few more real quick. Individuality. Individual. Communal. I don't even want to try and list negative aspects of any of these things, because I think that if we start listing negative aspects of gender, any gender, other than not aware of self and not aware of others, just to make it clear that when you're self-aware, you're omitting awareness of self. It's interesting, that when God speaks, or when things are listed in objectivity, or you're writing something objective, what is not included is very important to pay attention to, as well as what's included. So you don't really need this. Or you don't need this, because you have this. But I'm just making it clear for the sake of, people knowing, making it easy to see where the flaw, or your blind spots, not the flaws, because it's not a flaw. Your blind spots, I'm going to include it because it's not a flaw. It's not a negative. Focus, attention means focus on a specific point. That's why we see every focus point that we look at as a particle. It's because you have to see something. Any focus that you put is on a singularity. You can't focus on, it's like, what should I focus on? I had a boss in the past, and they had good qualities, but also bad qualities, like everyone. And one of the issues was, I would ask them, when things got crazy, what's the priority? And they would say, everything's a priority. And it was kind of funny. And so it became funny, and people would say it all the time. It was like, everything's a priority. No, everything is necessary. Not everything is a priority. Only one thing can be a priority at a time. But multiple things can be necessary at once, but only one thing can be a priority. which means only one thing can be a focus, which is why you see an electron as a particle when it's not. It's a wave. You're seeing just a point of a wave of a particle that's huge that you're inside, actually. But the electron itself is not a particle. You're just seeing it as that. It's not an intrinsically one thing. It's like you've looked at a pinky, a finger or something, and you're like, that's a finger. It's like you're giving it oneness as calling it a finger, but it's actually part of it's not intrinsically one. It is, you have labeled it as, or you've interpreted it as one, but it's not actually one. It's that you are intrinsically one, and that is just a part of you. And that's exactly what's happening with electrons. Your finger is a part of a wave of your movement and manipulation of energy. But it's not intrinsically one, like a cell or an organism or any other holonic structure, which is any of these. Really. Not these. Quarks are not holonic structures. Eric Weinstein asked this once. He was like, in a Discord discussion I was in, he said, we never find quarks separate from each other, and nobody really knows why. And I just kind of like had a huge win, and I had said something about his theory that nobody else had said about the implications of it. And I was like, I think I understand what it is. And people actually told me to shut up. And then he was like, no, like, what do you think? Which, like, you know, it's very interesting. The scientific community, like, they get very angry when their subconscious realizes that you're onto something. But that's true of every community, but it's especially true of physics, much more so than philosophy, that I've noticed. Philosophers will disagree with me and totally still be fun, but if a physicist disagrees with you, they block you or they cuss you out. And it's very odd. But I think it's because we think of everything in physics as hard and fundamental instead of emergent, and it's actually emergent. It's not fundamental. And philosophy is actually fundamental, but we interpret it as, oh, that's your interpretation, so it's fine to disagree. In actuality, philosophy is the one where there is actually a singular right answer. That is a hard right answer. And physics is the one that's more based on, like, perspective in space-time's manifestation. But philosophy is the study of perspective, which people think means, oh, well, it's just that's your perspective, which is true. But it's that every perspective does have a right answer for that perspective. And we don't think about that in philosophy. And it's actually, it makes people easy to talk to, but it's also kind of wrong. But he had said nobody finds quarks separate from each other. There's always three quarks together. Why? And I was like, that makes perfect sense to me, because I can tell based on my model that they're an elementary particle, which means that they're not actually made up of multiplicity other than information and energy. And that means that they're part of a greater structure. And you don't find and I should have said this, but I didn't think about it at the time. I said because it's a superposition, it's not actually different. The quarks aren't different things, they're one thing, and that's true. But more specifically, more relatably, I don't know if he got it or not, because the conversation moved on after he heard me out, and then the conversation kind of moved on. But like, what I should have said is, you don't find quarks separate from each other for the same reason you don't find fingers separate from each other, except in mafia movies. Because fingers are always next to other fingers, because they're actually part of a structure that is used by a whole in order to manipulate things. Manipulate or cause change, I guess, to manipulate change. That's why your hands are, that's why your fingers are. That's what quarks are. They're the fingers of God, essentially. And an electron is like, it's like the binding energy of, it's like it's almost like the energy of the vacuum, because it's like, it's what's holding everything together. You could, if you wanted to say men okay, so like this, when I said I tried to figure out, bringing it back to gender, when I tried to say, okay, electrons are women and protons are men, and it wouldn't fit. And I tried for a while, and I was like, why does this not fit? Is my theory wrong? No, it wasn't wrong. I was just wrong in what I was trying to do. I should have realized the neutron is the because if one is pulling one way, and one direction, and something is pulling the opposite direction, or like positive and negative come with the implication of of their opposites. They're moving opposite directions. It's not really like that leads to nothingness. So, not what it is that neutrons are following protons, and that's women following men essentially, but or females following males on a lower level of the periodicity of sentience. But then the electron, we're perceiving it as a particle, so we think that it's another particle like a proton or a neutron, but it's not. It's a wave. I heard Eric Weinstein say this when he was talking to his brother once on a podcast. He was like, it's a wave, damn it. Like, why can't we just say it's a wave? And Brett Weinstein was like, okay, I didn't know that. That's actually like interesting to know. And, but it's hard to prove that necessarily, because everything kind of looks like a particle in a wave, because everything is. But some things actually are particles and waves, meaning synchronized multiplicity and intrinsically one. But other things have the appearance of a particle, but are actually just a perspective of a wave, and they don't actually have intrinsic oneness. And that is things like quarks and electrons and neutrinos. Anything that is an elementary particle does not actually have intrinsic oneness. It is intrinsically it's a force point by a larger entity that we're within that does have intrinsic oneness, which is the universe. And, at some point that is also God. But that electron is just, you're looking at a wave. It's like when you're looking at a wave, and let me see if I can draw something here. So and I'll show you exactly what's happening. What is going on? There we go. Okay. So, tools. So, if a wave is this, essentially, wow, that's a horrible wave. That's fine. Actually, that's really good, because it's showing pixelization. I wasn't expecting that, but it's actually good. When you're focusing and you're inside of the universe and you focus on a point, you can only focus on that. You can't focus on the totality of the universe moving, or on things that, when you're looking at things on a much greater scale, sometimes like you're not going to see an elementary particle type of manifestation, but actually you are applying things as particles when you're like, that's a car. It's like, that car does not have intrinsic oneness, has oneness that you've attributed to it, and that's the same exact thing as an electron. So you're looking at, but like with a car, it's like you're looking at this and you're saying that's a car. But with an electron, because it's actually an elementary force point, is a better way of putting it. That's why I call this assembly of quarks, which is a quark, I say, aka a force point. It's much more descriptively accurate than a quark. But I wonder why they're called quarks. I actually don't know. It does sound like four, which that makes some sense. So, but I don't know why they're called quarks. Maybe we can look in a minute. But this is a quark. or, and this would be an electron. But it's actually, they're both part of a wave. But especially, an electron is different than a quark because an electron is like you're looking at any single pixel of a whole versus of a moving whole, which is the universe, versus um, a a quark, which is like a finger. It's like consciously applied force versus just binding energy that's emergent because you're just within that energy that's moving, and that's what we perceive as as electron or an of electrons or an electron. But like, think about your fingers, and you would need to pick something up. Quarks are like your fingers. They are what's manipulating change. Electrons aren't manipulating change. Notice how electrons are not in the model? A lot of people have asked, why isn't electrons in here? Why isn't neutrinos in here? Because electrons and neutrinos are not in here as purposeful structures necessarily causing change. Now, the thing is, though, is even when you look at, they're called I think they're called leptons. I forgot leptons. Leptons. Yep, okay. Leptons are neutrinos and electrons. So it's an electron. It would be like this. Electron, even though it's negative, I did go a bit longer than I thought because we can get into the gender of elementary particles real quick. An electron is actually positive because it's charged. You're viewing, which means you're viewing movement. Okay, that's really what it means. Viewing. Gosh, I suck at spelling. I give meaning to good spellers. Move. I'm pretty sure I spelled that wrong, but movement. Okay. Or perception. Just make sure I'm still online. Okay, yeah. An electron is the perception of movement. Okay? Of a wave, of a greater whole that you're within. A neutrino is the perception I guess I have to manually adjust this. There we go. Perception of static. Or stillness. Okay? I've never even said this out loud, and I'm thinking through this as I'm talking to you, and I think this is actually like pretty profoundly correct. But I've been trying to get my thoughts out there about this, and I have not found the words before this. This is really a great stream. So an electron is the perception of movement, but you can only look and see right here. Okay? You can't see the totality of the wave. Okay? But in certain instances, you can see instances of stillness, and or where maybe your movement is matching the movement, which is really what would cause the perception of stillness. In reality, is that you're just in sync with, you're in perfect sync with the universe. That because movement is an emergent perspective. So perception of stillness would be not a neutron, sorry, a neutrino. And these are where is this? Leptons. It's just the perception of movement. And this is just, or a focus point I guess, perceiving movement or focus point of the perception of movement, essentially. I don't know. I need to think about it. I hope you guys get it. If not, then I'll let you know when I word it better. But it's just you're seeing something moving and you can only focus on one thing at a time because that's how focus works. You can't focus on multiple things at once. It doesn't work. It's impossible, actually. So when your boss says everything is a priority, tell them that's impossible and say everything is necessary. Only one thing is a priority. What's the priority? And then we can figure out the next priority. That's so like this stuff can actually help you figure out even like leadership skills or management skills. But focus point. Of the perception of stillness. Why is stillness? It's capitalized. And then that's different than a force point, okay? An electron is not a force point, and a neutrino is not a force point. They are focus points caused by you. This is different. Quarks are force points caused by the level above, and not just the perception of the level above, but the manipulation by the level above. This is awesome. I cannot believe how much progress I'm making on this. Like, if you can't explain something, then you can't actually understand it as well as you think. Even if you have a picture in your head, like, it really, really, really gets organized when you find the words. It's so amazing and so odd, because I never would have said that. I had that debate with oh gosh. Michael Knowles once. Like, we were smoking. This was when I was actually smoking cigars till like 2 a.m. just debating it. Like, I was arguing that first you had like structure, shape, or visual was primary to like language, and he was arguing that language is primary, but the reality is they're probably at that level it's a superposition, and they're probably exactly the same thing. There's no difference. But it's because, and I can tell you now that spelling this out actually is helping me truly see it, not just like I kind of get it, like I can kind of see it what's going on, but I can't really contextualize everything. Now I'm able to actually contextualize this because I am using language. So I'm admitting I don't think I was wrong, but I also don't think that Michael Knowles was wrong either. But versus. Whoa. What is going on? I'm making a new one. Sometimes. This is how I end up with like a million different tabs on this though, and then I have to like go through and delete them, and it takes forever. But okay, there we go, I guess. I see what's happening. It's just I screwed up. Okay, so now I want to do real quick, and then I'm gonna get out of here. Quarks. This is so big. This is such a huge like leap forward for me on this work. It's huge. Okay, so this is a I guess you could say active quarks or positive. I don't. Yeah, active quarks, I think is the best way to put it. Or the masculine quarks, active quarks. And this would be the reactive quarks. And this is like positive quarks, so like active slash masculine slash, or you could just quarks. Up, charm, truth. These are the three masculine quarks. Then there's down, strange, and B, E, T, or top. And bottom. Obviously, these mirror things that we say about gender. Actually, I have one more thing I want to say about gender after this, because to illustrate the point that you cannot have balanced, you cannot be feminine and be self-focused. Like, I'll show you why, what this actually is. Because I thought about it, I was like, well, what's a feminine man? And I realized we actually stopped using a certain word that I think is much better at describing this. And I looked up that word and the meaning of it, and I was like, wow, actually, I'm totally right on what I expected. But I was not expecting for it to be so obvious. So this is a point of force. And this is or force point. Force point. And basically, this is like, almost like your thumb. Okay? And then this is like your finger. And it is so then a proton would be like two thumbs and a finger, and then a neutron would be like two fingers and a thumb. Okay? And if you think about what's the minimum number of fingers that you need to manipulate things around with the same degree of freedom that you currently have, and what it is it's 3. You need 2 fingers and a thumb, basically. Or you could do 2 thumbs and a finger too, probably, and it would be also very maneuverable as well. You'd have certain strengths, and you'd also have certain weaknesses, and you'd make up for it. It would be the opposite of, or the mirror of, having 2 fingers and a thumb. But so then basically, like, a proton is 2 thumbs and a finger, and a neutron is like 2 fingers and a thumb. So these are 4 purposely, consciously, by the universe, manipulating things into existence, i.e., you know, the stages of sentience. But I was wondering, like, I couldn't explain why electrons weren't in my model and neutrinos were not found in that model. Now I can, though, is that this is a top-down manipulation of energy into information, and then basically, like, creation. It's a top-down creation. It's creation by the universe consciously. They're taking their hand, the universe is taking his hand, and it's like moving things around like clay and molding, things into the very first hadrons, protons, and neutrons. And it's interesting, in the Bible, it said, one of the things I noticed, gosh, this is actually going to continue a bit, but when you look at reproduction, biologically, physically, the physical structure of female is older than male, because you need the ability to host another inside you and then birth it out, and that in order to have reproduction, and only females have that, and males don't. But the masculine perspective is older, and I see that now, like with my morning geckos, they're like an asexual being, essentially, where they have a female physical body, but they have a masculine perspective and mentality almost. And then, but in the Bible, it says first created Adam and then created Eve from Adam. And you're like, how did this work? Because that means that there was a male before there was a female, and that doesn't actually line up with what we biologically perceive. But when you put it into the context of consciousness, you realize, which is the correct context to think about it, that first you have to have an active particle, and then you must create a reactive particle from an active particle, because a reactive particle only can respond to and therefore exist from its relationship with an active particle. So in consciousness, masculine is primary to feminine, but in physicality, feminine is primary to masculine in a lineage structure. But obviously, men are bigger and stronger than women, and it does make them higher physically in the hierarchy. Not in a lineage, that's femininity, as the feminine is higher, or females are higher in a lineage, as far as like who is dominant, males or females. Well, in the context of a lineage, it's females, but in the context of interactions in individuals that are basically a individual point of a lineage, which is the lineage is the wave, you are the particle within the multiplicity that is the synchronized movement of multiplicity that is makes up the wave that is a lineage. You are like a water molecule in a wave, and the wave is the lineage. On the level of the current location, males are higher in the hierarchy, but in time, in space, males are higher in the hierarchy. in time, females are higher in the hierarchy. Okay? Switches, which makes perfect sense. And it also lines up with lots of other things that I've talked about before. And that's a profound thought. So it's like, who's the boss? Well, who's leading? Well, it depends on like where you're looking at it from. From the perspective of time, the female. From the perspective of space, the male. And we don't actually choose to maneuver in as individuals within time. We choose to maneuver in space. So your relationship with other people, men are the masculine, they are the leaders. But in time, which you don't even have to try and pay attention to, you just know that it exists. I mean, you can try and pay attention to it in choosing a mate, but like you can't pay attention to it in your interaction with that mate, but only in choosing that mate. That's when you can, like, I don't know, allow the feminine to lead, which, look at Judaism, that's kind of mirrored. Makes perfect sense. But these are the perspective of electrons and muons and taus, and electron neutrinos, muon neutrinos, and tau neutrinos, those elementary particles, are perspectives caused by the fact that we can only focus on an individuated piece of information, bit of information. It comes from the construct of our minds that we see these as individuals, as particles, individuated particles. The fact that these exist is due to force points that are differentiated and being caused consciously by the level above. And their mind, essentially, by the structure of their mind, this is caused by the structure of our mind. That's a good way of thinking about it. So they're not the same. Even though they're all elementary particles, they're not even close to the same. This is being caused by the mind, the structure of the mind of the universe, that is the universe. This is being caused by the structure that is your mind, observing the universe. And the final thing that I want to show is I looked up so there's masculinity, femininity, and then I looked up effeminate the other day. Not a word you hear very often. And when you look it up, that's the images that you get. When you look up feminine, wow, traditional gender stereotypes. Let's see how we did, by the way, in a minute. But feminine. Femininity. Let's see what images we get there. A lot of politics, but feminism is corrupting the images. We're not seeing true femininity here at all. True femininity looks like this. That's true femininity, by the way, just so you know. Much more so than like that. But obviously that's something specific it's making. But when you start looking at what is femininity, note it's not provocative. It's mysterious. It's strange. It's strange because it's mysterious, like strange quark. It's feminine quark, and that strangeness that mysteriousness can only come from concealment, modesty, not that, whatever the F that is. Like this, none of that is feminine. That's feminine. This is not feminine. It's almost the opposite. It's like masculinity being interpreted. It's like women who are not self-aware trying to interpret femininity, but they're actually being masculine. because they're trying to interpret it themselves and it's failing. Remember, it's submissive is feminine. So it's mysterious or strange, which is mysterious. It's the only type of strangeness that exists is mysterious. Anything that is not a mystery is not strange anymore. So, but when you look at effeminate, notice it's not women, and is an adjective of a man having or showing characteristics regarded as typical of a woman or unmanly, which I don't know what this really is, though. Like, people used to say, and I've said this before, they're feminine man. It's like, feminine man isn't really actually this. This is not femininity in a man. And I realized this the other day. I was like, that's not, like, what we call femininity now is actually, like, effeminate. And I realized this because what is actually feminine man in men is like, this is feminine in a man in reality. It's the actuality of femininity in a man. Notice, like, perfectly clean shaven, or supposed to be, in what I'm saying is feminine. It's like, you're shaving, this is feminine in a man. You have something here that is, it's not even just not practical, it is dangerous and the opposite of practical. It is purely for the sake of communicating to others and being in a specific culture of multiplicity, which is aka being amongst others, dressing a certain way because you are amongst others that is not really for any specific purpose. It's just about communication. You are clean shaven. A beard is a masculine thing, by the way. It just is. It's a practical thing. It's really what it is. And practicality is masculinity. And communicative is feminine. So practical versus communicative, that's like one more we didn't have. But we can add it. But this is the reality of femininity in men. Versus this is not femininity in man. This is something entirely different. And I realized that the other day when I was thinking, and I needed to look it up. I was like, what does effeminate mean? And more associated with feminine behavior, mannerism, style, or gender roles rather than traditionally masculine behavior, mannerisms, styles, or roles. Historically, it has been used to imply criticism or ridicule of feminine behavior in men, meaning it is a negative word. It's not a trait that's real. It is decay. It is not like effeminate. Like, think about somebody who you would describe as effeminate. Does that sound passive? Like, it says here, over refinement, fine clothes, possessions, the company of women, certain trades, too much fondness with, like, none of this is actually, like, feminine. Passive or bottom. This is not feminine. That's not, has nothing to do with looking like this. This is like an active thing that is being chosen to be pursued. This is nothing to do with femininity. It's actually, it's not masculine, it's not feminine, it's something totally different. And I realized this the other day. Because I was like, corporate culture is making men more feminine. It's not making men like this. I mean, men are becoming kind of like this, but it's not, like, this is not corporate culture. Corporate culture endorses this because it's a mindless beast, but this is not caused by corporate culture. Corporate culture is reacting to this, but this is an active choice. It's not reactive. I mean, it is reactive because it's signaling somehow to each other. It's communicative in some way. So in that way, it's feminine because it's trying to convey something. But it's not the same as this. This is femininity. Take sex out of sex as far as male or female out of the equation. Just look at the manifestation of a gender perspective, a picture. This looks literally the opposite of that picture that we saw with the guy walking down the street dressed in a dress. This is attention seeking, and femininity is about modesty, which is the opposite. It's about modesty, but also, there is seeking of attention, but it's contextualized. It's not just attention. It's you're trying to, it's contextualized attention. This is not contextualized attention. This is just attention. There's no context to it. It's literally just the rejection of order. And that's it. I mean, effeminate is different than feminine. Effeminate is kind of a superposition between masculinity and femininity, but it doesn't lead to growth. It's not, in and of itself, I would say, a complete perspective. Because I don't think that it does have self-awareness, but I also think that it does, but it's not in any way that's contextualized by the person who is acting that way. This is contextualized. Femininity is okay, I must follow because someone must lead and someone must follow. You can't have two leaders, or else, it's why you always have an odd number of judges. It's why is there an odd number of quarks in a hadron? Because you need an odd number for it to sway it in one direction or another. This is one direction, and that direction is following a masculine. But if we look up masculine, you're not going to see actual masculinity. None of this has to do with actual masculinity. This is femininity. This is femininity. But it's not even femininity. It's effeminate. Okay? Masculinity is it would be like that. It's not profound, but it is practical, and it's usable, and it's purpose-driven, and it's individual. That is masculine. Masculinity, right there. Shoes are for the task. Clothes are for the task. You're not racing someone else. You are testing yourself, and you are looking to find new information. What's up there? That's masculinity. In a good context, honestly. I'm a rock climber. I know that it is about you beating yourself. It is not competitive outside. I mean, inside there's races and stuff, but that's not the same. This is about testing yourself, finding new places, finding new information, learning things about yourself, bettering yourself. It's not about anyone else. Literally, you can't think about anything else but yourself when you're up there. That's why I do it. It's that you want to forget about everyone else and everything else? Go climb a mountain. That's masculinity. This is femininity. It is submission. And this is the opposite of submission. You are literally trying to climb to the top of the mountain. You're challenging the mountain. Where does this fit. I'm not saying there's no purpose at all, or that I'm not saying God isn't going to use, whatever exists for, his will, because his will be done. But I am saying it just appears to be purely a rejection of order. And that's it. Which means it is decay. It is decay itself. And if universe is a growth structure, it means conservation of energy is not fundamental, which also means decay does exist, and to some degree, but it's kind of, we'll talk about it another day, but it does end up being recycled, but the energy from decay does end up being recycled, but that doesn't mean that it's necessary. It's being recycled because, God is doing that, but it doesn't, I don't think that it's necessarily. Other than maybe it draws people because it's just the opposite of what is the norm, which is whatever is the order, and it creates a focus point. Other than that, though, that's what its role would be. This is not feminine or masculine. It's just something entirely different. And I'm still wrestling with what is that. I obviously is creating, it's something we can't help but focus on because it's strange. Whatever, this is why people are the news has to create more and more sensational stories, and people have to make more and more sensational art. It's because people get bored, and then if you want to catch eyes, then you have to do something different. And if you're just doing something different for the sake of doing something different, in some ways that's masculine more than it is feminine. But it's also feminine because you're doing something different for the sake of attention, versus masculine, you're doing something different for the sake of you want to see what is at the top of that mountain no one else has climbed to the top of. It's about you. This is about others, but it is it's like social attention is the mountain, but it's still competitive, and it's just so strange. That's the only way to put it. But it's not strange like a strange quark. It's necessarily, maybe it is. We'll figure that out. This is just the heavier aspect of strange quark is a heavier or more forceful feminine quark than a down quark. I don't know. Maybe this is a down quark. This is a strange quark. We can figure it out. But there is a difference happening here. And if it is anything, it's a strange quark, essentially. But this is masculinity. It varies to the task, and it's individually oriented, not communicative, not participatory, not competitive. It's just seeking. And this is submissive to a hierarchy, to an authority, to rules. That is femininity. Anyways, let me know what you thought about this, guys. I think this was amazing. I don't know how long we went. How long did we go? I started at 7:20, and it's almost midnight. Oh my gosh, I have to go. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I did not expect it all to go this late. This was the best. I think this was the best stream I've ever done. I figured out some serious stuff for myself, and I think that anybody that watches this is going to find value in it. And I hope that's true, at least. So hit the like button, share it, clip it up. Don't take me out of context. Make sure that whatever you post online links to my profiles and doesn't take me out of context. I mean, the only time I would be pissed and I would go like seek to get any content taken down is if it was purposely put into a context that twisted what I was saying. And I did see somebody create a number of deep fakes of me recently, and then also there's old videos on YouTube that are people clipping different parts of a single conversation, putting them together to make it sound like I said things that I did not. But it's obvious that they did that, but it's still, don't do that. That's stupid. I haven't reported that person because it's so obvious, but if it wasn't so obvious, I'd absolutely claim that content as copyright. But I won't do it as long as you're not trying to make it look like I said something that I'm not. But like I said, thanks a lot, and I really appreciate everybody's support. Tomorrow, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, message my Theory of Everyone Instagram, and I will send you a Discord link if you want to join that. And I don't think I'm going to just post it at the bottom here. I think if you want to join, message me. And I will speak to you guys then. If not, then Shabbat Shalom. And I'll see you guys on here next Tuesday, because on Monday I will be on Instagram Live on Theory of Everyone, and I will actually be taking like face-to-face calls and questions. Last one went great. I'm going to do it again. Community participation is important. So if you want to talk to me face-to-face in a public conversation, Monday at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you want to talk to me tomorrow, semi-privately with our group, message me for our Discord link for 7 p.m. tomorrow. But with that, that's that. Oh, who made it? Look up like Tyler Goldstein, like Owen Benjamin, and like people made things when I went on the show, and there's just like random clips that people made. I don't even remember what they're saying that I'm saying, but they're just making us seem like we're saying things that are nonsense. But it's very obvious, and I don't think it was meant to trick anyone. It was just meant because they were angry and they were expressing themselves or about something. I don't know. I don't know who it was. You can look though. It might still be up. But with that, I will talk to you guys tomorrow or see you next week. Peace.